Okay. Yeah.
So, good morning, everybody. So, we start with our first session in our second room today. And the honor to be the first one has Winfried. He is from SAP. He is multiple book author, also for agile ABAP development and so on. And today he will present us something about how a test pyramid can be implemented and how to test your wonderful ABAP coding. So, Winfried, stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the warm welcome. Also welcome to you. My name is Winfried Schwarzmann. I'm working for SAP for more than 25 years by now, first as a developer and then as a development architect. Since 2011, I'm also active as an agile software engineering coach, primarily educating test automation, refactoring, and those practices. And soon I developed my own style. Yeah, I focused more on the test code to make it readable, to avoid any kind of duplication, to have the same quality expectations for the test code. And this actually turned out to be very good for the overall process. Yeah. So just to give you an example, I simply gained insight into the application I was testing, and this insight was very valuable to later on refactor it in the right direction. So you must have good ideas, what you would like to achieve, and tests can help you a lot, but only if you push it hard. If you really want the real good test code, then you get those kind of results. Okay, today I would like to talk about the test pyramid and how it can be implemented. It's in the end my approach how to deal with legacy code. That's just another way. What would I do if you all of a sudden push me in the room and I need to improve application or an entire system? Okay, and in the end, the test pyramid is easy, understandable goal to reach, and then all the other things follow. Okay. Once again. So. Okay. Okay, and then it should work. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a quick look at the agenda. So the test pyramid is first motivated, and then I talk about the design I prefer for it. Then I continue with the test-oriented improvement process. It's kind of filling this design of the test pyramid with the tests we want to have. Major role during refactoring of the legacy application plays then clean design. I would like to introduce to this. And finally, there are some resources which you can take with you in order to dive deeper. Okay, then let's get started. This is the very simple view I have on the test pyramid. We're not talking about the entire system with UI and different technologies. No, it's just backend ABAP code, but maybe really large one, old one, and so on. Okay, and the reason why we have here three layers is, I think, the following. We have a natural need to divide and conquer our application. And so we have three levels there very often. Also because unit component application, the language supports us in these three levels. So the unit corresponds to the class. Yeah, the component corresponds to the package or even main package, because I think small packages are good. Okay, so we might have a couple of these small packages in a larger main package, and we consider this a component. Okay, and finally, we normally have something like a structure package for the entire application. Okay, so this is how the language kind of supports or determines the three levels of the test pyramid. Plus, I mean, how do we organize work if you are talking about a larger application? There are, of course, the individual developers, or you know me, Azure software engineering. Yeah, I of course promote the pair programming. So we have the pair working on a class. Yeah, we have the Scrum team being responsible for a component. Yeah, and of course the project team consisting of multiple Scrum teams, maybe around the world. Yeah, being responsible for the entire application. It's a very natural setup. And so you see the technical and the people part come together. Yeah. So it's, for me, natural to also have the test pyramid designed in that way with these levels. Because in the end, yeah, each Scrum team should be able to test its own work, yeah, independent of others. And if I have such isolated component tests, yeah, I can exactly do this. Yeah, and it also means I can continue my development even if the other teams are in trouble, maintenance load and so on. Yeah, just need those interfaces around my component. Yeah, and then I double everything, and then I just continue as a team. Yeah, I'm not blocked, and I can verify my results. And the same, of course, is true on the other levels. Yeah, if you have the unit tests and the application tests. Okay, yeah, this is just what I was talking about, and this of course increases the efficiency, yeah, because I'm not blocked at any time, yeah. Okay, and last but not least, we have different kind of tests. I feel I have tests which aim at a full coverage with of my statements, of my branches with tests. Yeah, so this is what is realistic for units, for classes, and I also want to bring in the advantages of test design. So really thinking about what test cases are possible. If you know all pairs algorithms, yeah, which can reduce a large number of possible test cases, yeah, to a smaller set, yeah, which is still very effective, yeah, things like that. So on which level shall I bring in this kind of knowledge, these techniques? Yeah, this is exactly on the component level, yeah, because there the space is already this large, yeah, and yeah. Whereas on the application test level, yeah, I would like to implement the customer scenarios, or at least the ones the product owner told me, yeah, which are relevant out in the market, the reason why we start all the development in the beginning. Okay. Was this understandable? Any questions related to this? Not? We immediately continue with some further benefits. Now we have the isolated test pyramid, yeah, in the title, and this is very important because I cannot recommend anything else. Yeah, all the advantages are gone, and you just run into trouble all the time. Yeah, and further benefits are you keep the runtime low. Yeah, if you're not connected to the database and so on. Also, if you have many small tests, yeah, and only use larger tests if necessary, yeah, this also keeps the execution of the test suite low, yeah, and this is very important during refactoring, yeah. If a test suite takes very long, you won't execute it frequently during refactoring, yeah, but this is exactly the opposite of what refactoring is all about, yeah. So you should be motivated to run it every few minutes, yeah, and then of course you don't want to wait, yeah. So runtime is really important, and only isolated tests can deliver this. And defect localization means the following, yeah. If there is any issue in the system, yeah, I would like to have a red unit test, yeah, because then it's a very small scope, yeah, and I find it immediately. I don't have to discuss it with many other developers or even Scrum teams in other time zones and so on, yeah. So that's why we would like to have this really good and broad coverage with unit tests, yeah, to improve the defect localization. Okay, but sometimes it's just about the different interfaces and contracts which are violated. Yeah, that's why unit tests are not enough. You need the component tests and so on. I think you know all this. Yeah, and last but not least, yeah, it forces me to have a decoupled product design. Yeah, if every unit should be isolated, yeah, I of course need that unit to be decoupled from all the units around. Yeah, and the same is true for the components and the entire application in the system. Okay, then now about the design. Yeah, and in the end, it's not so complicated. Yeah, now I'm in the role of let's help us with this legacy code application, and what I would try to find out first, yeah, is on which data am I depending? Okay, so these are the data dependencies to at the bottom, and I even have this here. Yep, and we have the functional dependencies. Yeah, we are depending on some well-designed APIs. This is exactly the distinction I make here. Yeah, because if those or the other components are not well designed, I'm not able to isolate from them easily. Yeah, then I call it simply legacy. Yeah, so and of course we want to be decoupled from third party in the end. Yeah, so this kind of overview is necessary before you start, and then I already talked about distinction of functional and data dependencies. You see it now here, and now we have to deal with the situation. Yeah, and this means I need to decouple wherever necessary and possible. Yeah, for sure, the data access needs to be decoupled. There I also use the abbreviation DAO for data access object. When you find it in the slides, then you will see it. And these are just very slim encapsulations of the data access. The SQL statements, yeah, just takes them out, yeah, in a separate class, yeah, and you will see how we will use it then. And of course, the isolation from legacy, yeah, and third party can be done with some proxy classes, yeah, which do nothing more than just delegating my request, yeah, also very slim encapsulations. Okay, then if we then look into the application, you saw it before as a block, and this is how I would view it, yeah, at the beginning, yeah, just caring about the outside of the application, yeah, and inside, just to give you an idea where the components and units show up, we see that there are multiple components using each other, yeah, and that I distinguish in the components between so-called API units, it's just my term, yeah, and other units, yeah, because only the API units will be exposed via package interfaces, yeah, and I try to keep the number of such API units to a minimum, yeah. So this way I also minimize the coupling between the components. And yeah, all hidden units, yeah, are then with dashed lines here. So just that you understand the diagram. Any question to these kind of diagrams? Because then we should answer them immediately. Oops, are kind of self-explanatory. They are following the technical architecture modeling approach at SAP, also known as thumb diagrams. Yeah, and these are block diagrams. And okay, and this here, oh, just sorry, back is I'm requesting something from someone else. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, it's just who is connected with who and who is requesting something from someone else. Okay. Now I'm introducing some colors which will help us understand the diagrams I'm showing more quickly and more easily. Yeah. So everything around the test cases, the test classes, test method is blue. Yeah. What helps me to have this kind of clean test code, yeah, to avoid duplication, increase the readability, yeah, those kind of help methods and help classes, I put into the test infrastructure, yeah, and this is shown yellow. And the product code is red, as you have seen it before, yeah, with all the slides I have shown already. So this is what is under test. And all the other code, yeah, which is taken out, yeah, and replaced by doubles, so that I have this kind of test isolation, is green. Okay. Yeah. The point is, I'm not testing my application, or the SQL statements are not part of my test pyramid. They shouldn't be, yeah, because then tests are slowed down, yeah, and I have less flexibility because I'm actually working with the database, or at least the doubles. Okay, so this means we are testing the data access once separately with small unit tests. Yeah, here I take advantage of the SQL test double framework, if you know it. It's available, and the CDS test double framework, whatever is needed. Yeah, and so these frameworks allow me isolated tests, slower ones. Yeah, but I only have them for these small unit tests. And actually, once this work is done, yeah, the SQL statements are written, yeah, and are fine. Yeah, I normally don't touch them any longer. So I don't have to even include those tests in my refactoring runs. Okay, so I can keep them outside, run them every night or something like this would be fine. Okay, so the slowest part is out, and what remains, yeah, is now for the whole application, and this is what I consider the test pyramid scope. Yeah, what the test pyramid is really focusing on. Yeah, it is not focusing on the data access. This is an important message. Yeah, testing the whole. Yeah, by providing test doubles for the proxy classes, for the data access classes. Yeah, just using interface of those classes. Yeah, which I develop new, so I can design them well with interfaces and so on. And yeah, just implementing them in another simple way, yeah, with test double classes. Okay, and then yeah, the same for components. Yeah, here I just pick component 1. Yeah, and of course here we have isolation from the API unit doubles, yeah, of the other components. Yeah, I maybe have the same outside doubles as here the API double, and so you see I'm reusing test doubles, yeah, throughout my test pyramid. Yeah, so reuse is very important in order to avoid duplication, of course. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, so unit level I skipped, and now you see if every application, yeah, followed this approach, yeah, then it's very easy and cheap to have even cross-application tests. Yeah, why? Because I'm now not using the API double to my left and to my right or so. Yeah, but I'm using the productive application to my left and to my right. Yeah, but still the data access of all these application needs to be taken out. Yeah, but I already developed those doubles. I needed it for my own test pyramid, yeah, of my application. So this is a big chance, yeah, where each application can first focus on their tasks, yeah, and then just come together and write cross-application tests, yeah, when they are prepared. Okay, and this then looks like this. Any questions to the design of the test pyramid before we move on? Yeah. You don't have right? UI tests are not included. It's just focusing on the ABAP backend, but the whole ABAP backend. Yeah. So, okay, then let's continue with the test-oriented improvement process. Yeah. So far, we just have the strategy, the architecture of all, yeah, but we don't have any tests. So how do we get to these tests? And yeah, this slide is quite helpful. Let me guide you through it as quickly as possible. So what you see as product code here, yeah, can be a unit, can be a component, can be the entire application. Yeah, it's just scope, well-defined scope, yeah, which I would like to test. This one, yeah, is a first test. Either you find the application already with some tests, yeah, with any quality or so, yeah, then you just pick one of those tests, yeah, and this will be T1 from now on. If not, you are writing a first reasonable test, yeah, and this will be T1. So you see, this works both in the legacy environment and in the new development, yeah. It's really the point, stop after the first test and now refactor it till it's perfect, yeah. This is not just because I like clean code, this is increasing the efficiency, and I would like to explain this to you now further. Okay, so this is done here, yeah, with some help methods and help classes to set up our test scenarios, yeah. I told you this is what I call the test infrastructure, yeah. We are still high level explaining things, we get to code later. And so a lot of the test code is taken out, extracted to these help classes, yeah. Once this is done, yeah, and I have now a very readable and short test here, I start extending the code coverage. Only then, yeah, because now it's very cheap to come up with T2, T3, T4. Yeah, I need 3 more reasonable test scenarios. Yeah, and then I can reuse most of the help methods and classes I already have. Because these are different scenarios, yeah, I need to extend it a little bit, yeah. But this is easy, yeah. It is so easy that this here is the expert work, yeah. This is what I very often did, yeah. And then some work students continued, yeah. It's like that, or beginners, yeah. Because they have such nice building blocks, yeah, that this can be done by then, yeah. Maybe they need some support with the test cases or so, yeah. But this could also be a quality expert doing it, yeah. I'm already out and focusing on some other product code. This is how you get efficiency into the system, bringing in more people. Yeah, and finally, yeah, as I said, if you have an effective test suite, yeah, you can start and should start refactoring, yeah, because otherwise, all the effort you put into test automation is just yeah, to avoid regression, but this is not enough. You also need to improve your life as a developer, yeah, delivering functionality quickly and safely. Yeah. It could even be a function group, or it could be a report or so. Yeah. My recommendation is, I mean, just take the code out of this report. Yeah. Put it in a first class. Yeah. Just link to that class. Yeah. And then you have your test pyramid scope. Yeah. In that class. Okay. That's why in my books I just talk about these classes. Yeah. And how to handle them. Because this is the approach, and the same would be true for function groups, yeah, where it's also very smart to yeah, extract it to an environment which is more friendly. Yeah, is this answering? Yeah, exactly. So this is what I skipped here on that slide. Yeah, if we are refactoring this product code, yeah, extracting some parts to a new class here, for instance, yeah, then of course we should look for an isolation, yeah, to just test that product code with some tests. Of course, also have some tests for this one, separate ones. Is this the kind of isolation you're looking for, or okay? Actually, I have difficulties to see how late it is, just to be sure. 15 more minutes. Okay, yep, this should be okay. So let's continue. Yeah, here. So we are now looking in the beginning at this kind of code, yeah, and then at this kind of code. So this is what the colors are for. So you see first the light color on the left side. Yeah, this is just a test method. The first T1 test method as we find it. Yeah, and yeah, so how could that one look like after we extracted stuff to the test infrastructure? And this is over there. Yeah, there are just 4 statements. We don't have to understand now the statements. Yeah, but what you should understand is the following. See how help methods like that one, yeah, and also this one, yeah, is repeatedly used. Yeah, and here we also have assert only safe changes, and here we have only unsafe changes. So of course T2, yeah, has a different flavor. That's why we need it. Yeah. So, but you can imagine how easy it is if you have this one already in your test infrastructure to provide that one. Yeah, these are just little variations. Yeah, so the big work is done here. Yeah. Okay, and the same for the other ones. That's why it's so cheap to extend the code coverage. Yeah, but so expensive. Yeah, to come up with this design here. Okay, and just a remark, this is what I call test-driven maintenance. Once you have this done during development, yeah, every issue which comes in, yeah, can be immediately covered by a new test T5 because it's cheap. I already explained it to you. Okay, so you bring yourself in a very good situation for the maintenance part of your development. Okay, now we have a look at these two. So at this part especially. This is now just giving you an impression. Yeah? It's also taken from my book, yeah, where I have this quite challenging problem of highlighting updates on the UI, yeah, and what the backend has to do with it. And yeah, so this is how it looks like, yeah, if all the code is in the test method. Yeah, so this very lengthy technical implementation we saw before. Yeah, and if we use help methods, yeah, maybe we first have them in the test class, yeah, and already using them in the test method. So the test method shrinks, yeah, and explains more by these readable names. So I'm creating here something, yeah, and this continues maybe with a second phase, yeah. So I have even 2 layers. These are the methods we are immediately using in the test method, yeah, and these are then methods which support even those methods. So I get things already organized, and having this situation once again, yeah, I can now extract to other classes. Yeah, and this could be a base class of my test class, yeah, where I can extract stuff which also other test classes, yeah, related test classes need. I could also extract to a separate class. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a base class. Yeah, here in this example it is, and you see how this empties, yeah, my test class here, and how stuff went into the test infrastructure for reuse. Yeah, and the last step would be this here, where we have the data. Yeah, here we are dealing with entities of any kind. Yeah, the data is represented by separate classes. So I'm actually working with objects. Yeah. Representing my real world entities, yeah, also in my test code, yeah, and this also makes the methods here, the help methods here, yeah, more compact, yeah, and so on. So this is how I'm just going back. Yeah, this process of developing the test infrastructure could go. Yeah, just to give you an example. Okay, jumping forward. We are now talking about clean design. When is this important? It is important whenever you create a new class. Yeah, how should this class be designed? Yeah, in order to allow this decoupling, this test isolation later on. Yeah, and there's a certain skeleton, yeah, which all those good classes share. Yeah, and this is what I called clean design. Okay, so in short, our new class here, yeah, should have at least one interface, and that one will be empty in the beginning, because I'm just talking about the skeleton. Yeah, the functionality comes in later. Yeah, I'm just ensuring decoupling, testability, and things like that. Okay, and our class should not be approached by anyone directly. Yeah, but there should be factory class. Yeah, providing new objects. Yeah, so creating an object of new. Yeah, and this one is then calling as a friend, yeah, the private creation method of the new class. I show code now. Okay, so how does this look like? I already told you, empty interface. Yeah, we have the class saying this is my interface. Yeah, we have the factory as a global friend. Yeah, of course we are creating privately. Don't know if you pay attention on this, but this is simply someone else cannot access your constructor. Yeah, this is important because I want everyone, even my factory, yeah, this is a friend, of course, but this is a proper style, I would say. To make it easy for the factory, I provide a dedicated creation method. Yeah, what is the difference between a constructor and a dedicated creation method? It's very simple. The constructor is just a technical method which assigns values to my attributes. Okay, whereas the creation method ensures that the object which is returned, yeah, is a valid one, is a complete one. Yeah, it's ready for the outside world. Yeah, whereas I use the constructor only to set values to my attributes, no logic if possible, yeah, because there are limitations to test the constructor. And you know the constructor is part of every test scenarios. Maybe you want, yeah, to tweak the behavior once. So it's good if in the constructor nothing else but value assignments happen. Yeah, and so we have something separate. Yeah, and makes it easy for the factory, yeah, just to call this, yeah, to fulfill its. I go back to fulfill its create new method here. Yeah, it's just a call of this one, and that's it. Very simple. This is important because a factory class manages normally multiple classes. Yeah, so it should have an easy time, yeah, to do this. Yeah, so just delegating. That's it. That's my job. Yeah. Okay. Any questions before we continue? No, because in the end, we don't want any other class to know the name of your class. And if any other class needs an object, yeah, it's a static method, right? This factory method, then it is name of your class, yeah, and then give me that one. So the consumer is bound to the provider, which means I cannot easily replace this implementation maybe by a more performing one, yeah, or a refactored one. It should be fully decoupled, and this is what you achieve here. You can see it, that this product class, yeah, only depends on the interface, what the interface offers, yeah, and it knows the factory. It does not have any direct connection to this new class. Yeah, and this is important during refactoring of the product code, but especially during testing. Yeah, because then I can easily combine this one with a double of that interface. Yeah, so it's a good idea to really follow closely the clean design approach and all the artifacts involved. Yeah.
Or is it more of like, because, you know, if we're building a product, then it makes sense, or if it's customer code, what's your recommendation?
Actually not sure if I got the question. So is it now the question, it's not your code, it's the one of the customer. So what complexity you should bring into the customer code? Of course, it should follow a strategy. So it doesn't make sense to have clean design just for a single class, yeah, and the outside world behaves in a different way. Yeah, this, of course, in order to have a test pyramid in the end, this is our topic. Yeah, of course, all the classes, one after the other, have to follow this approach. Yeah, not sure if this fully answers it, but maybe we can take it offline then, if this is okay for you. Okay. Yeah, I think I can have a few more minutes since I'm already answering questions, and yeah. Okay, so this here is the full decoupling I was talking about. Yeah, so how does this go? Yeah, we have here in the consumer, yeah, this product class, yeah, we approach the factory, yeah, we get a singleton object of that factory, yeah, and then have an instance method called, yeah. This is important if you have not only singletons from which you need to decouple, but also you need to decouple from classes with multiple instances. Yeah, not going into details, but it has an importance here. And then I'm able to call this method. So the functionality my new class interface is providing. Okay, for the next slide, I'm using some abbreviations. So I would like to introduce them beforehand. This is, of course, this one, local test class. So what is in our local test include as a test class, yeah, could be described like this. Then what is under test, yeah, is class under test or code under test. So CUT is a common abbreviation. And for what the CUT is depending on, yeah, all the other units around, yeah, is what is normally called dependent on class, yeah, and here we have a test double of it, yeah, global test double of this dependent on class. And any class in the test infrastructure normally starts with th in my case. Okay, so let's have a look. We have seen that the consumer here, yeah, is not directly coupled to the dependent on component, yeah, but there is the factory managing it, yeah. So there is an indirect connection. For the isolation, I need the test doubles. Yeah, I need first of all a test double of the factory. Yeah, so that I have a completely different behavior for creating objects in my test scenario. Yeah, so this is what this factory object, double object stands for. And of course, I'm working now with doubles of my dependent on component. Yeah, and this one is that the factory, yeah, is actually put into the static singleton attribute here is the task of such a help class, because this one is defined for testing. And this means this approach is only possible in test mode, not productively. Yeah, so this is the point why this looks more complicated than necessary. It is for safety reasons. Yeah, and then we have this test class, yeah, the local test class for a certain method under test. And what this one does is I create an object of this factory. Please inject it for me. Yeah, I create an object of this dependent on class. I inject it into the factory so that when I run the scenario, yeah, and the productive code is then approaching the factory, yeah, of course it's that one, then indeed, yeah, then those are delivered and not these. Yeah. It's maybe a little bit difficult to get all this done. That's why there are also resources. Okay, and this one I skip now. This is one level more, I don't think. And this is showing how our packages should be designed. Yeah, because we should have in our package interface an external factory, which just provides the interfaces of our API units. Yeah, this way we can hide all the other stuff. Internally, we also want to decouple all other classes from each other. Yeah, so they are also just getting objects of other ones via factories. So at least one internal factory. Yeah, so we have to separate this, yeah, to really have encapsulated packages. Yeah. Okay, that's all for the presentation. First questions related to the last slides, and then I just quickly show you some valuable resources to dive deeper. Okay, then I need to know how many minutes I have to introduce to the resources. If there are no, this is perfect. This is perfect. Then we simply do this. We recall the test-oriented improvement process. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. I told you, especially that part is very difficult. Yeah, and so I have already published a book about it. This is the German edition. Yeah, and shortly thereafter, I published it also in the English language, different title, same content. Okay, it's just what the publishing company thought sells better. And what you see here, start in the part 1 immediately with the modernization of some legacy code. Yeah, guiding through the entire test-oriented improvement process. Yeah, so to see it with one, sufficiently challenging real example. Yeah. Then some theory about test infrastructure, yeah, because then you have already seen how the process works, yeah, with code, with real steps, yeah. Then you are ready for some more theory, yeah, because before then in the part 3, we are using all this knowledge, yeah, to start with a new application in a completely different way. So just one word, it's possible then to implement the walking skeleton. Yeah, so to drive the implementation for an entire project with tests. Yeah, so that the different Scrum teams and developers always have the same focus. Yeah, and then some methodological stuff. Yeah, more about pair programming, refactoring, test-driven development, also Scrum stuff, which I found valuable. And last but not least, also tools. Yeah, so there are the test frameworks explained and how you can do this kind of test-driven development in ADT. Yeah. No, is not included. If so, I'm actually working in that direction currently. Yeah, I wouldn't put it in that book, yeah, because this has a closure, but a new one. Yeah, so like testing RAP also. Yeah. Okay, so we quickly have to do so. The clean design stuff is covered in this ebook, and there is not only the theory but also a training. Yeah, so you can actually do it with exercises and solutions on your own or even in the team. The same is true for test data classes. I told you this object-oriented representation of test data. Yeah, so this is also with a separate ebook, also with the theory and the training. And last but not least, yeah, if you are then on this level, yeah, we can talk more about packages. Yeah, so how can packages be even refactored, yeah, while your development goes on? And I use this example of parallel processing to bring in enough complexity, yeah, so that it makes really sense to have this. Yeah, and this is the last resource, but that's the last one you should pick. Okay. You need clean design and test data classes before. Thank you very much for your attention.
So
later on, yeah.
Thank you, Winfried.
Yeah.
It was a great talk. It was very mind-blowing, at least to me. But as I always say, you don't have to do it that complex in the first way. Start with one test. One test is better than no test. And thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Now we have 10 minutes break. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Presentation.
Thank you very much.
I want to expand my question earlier. Basically, you know, I'm kind of like advocating for. I'm a
I am not supposed.
Need here the
This and no, this I don't need.
also video. Yeah.
So hello,
and now
they can
let's-
see.
Yeah.
They can see me.
Let's check if this is the right camera.
Mm.
See it here? Yeah, that's fine.
This camera.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a different camera.
And
Okay, I share screen right now or a little bit later?
do it late, please.
Yes. Blur my background, remove.
Yeah, now it's much better. And
Yeah.
now let's have a check at the Mac. Mac settings.
Same as the system. Oh,
No.
sorry.
Is echo. Just use
So,
unmute. So is it working now? Yeah. And he will show us a journey to a distributed tracing in ABAP with some things which worked, something which not worked, and I hand over to you for your session. Thank you.
so I just. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
I like my voice. Okay, welcome everyone. Yeah, I hope that the audience will be a little bit bigger, but anyway, I see a lot of friends here, so feeling relaxed. Hello everyone. My name is Petr Plenkov. I work as a senior software engineer in Booking.com. So yeah, you probably heard of our company. We have we have quite a nice app, largest accommodation site in the world. But as all our other companies, of course, we are backed by SAP. So in our company, we are not driven by SAP. We have some ecosystem of in-house built solutions, such as billing platform, order platform, and all payment platform and other services. And SAP is used mainly as an accounting platform, but still is a very important component. And what our team is doing, we are solving different integration tasks, how we integrate our system SAP with corporate services. So, and my topic today will be about distributing tracing in ABAP with OpenTelemetry. So why I'm here. First of all, my session is not a best practice. Well, I would say I would prefer the best practice if it's use some standard SAP components, but I'm just sharing our experience. Second is, of course, it's very valuable for us. We went our own way, but maybe you would do it differently. To collect feedback, it's like one of the most important milestones. And of course, we want this out of the box in some form. So if there are some people from SAP, that's why I asked the previous presenter also if he has time to join this session. It would be nice if we can get some message to SAP that the topic which we talked about today is important. So this is the agenda. We'll go there first very soon. So first of all, what is the telemetry? If you, how many of you attended the recap event? Maybe, oh yeah, it's still a lot of people. So you saw even on recap with all this OpenStack Java, we had at least 3 sessions, 3 different speakers. We were talking about the same topic, traces, logs, and metrics. So because I hear myself, yeah, so I'll stand here, not close. Maybe this one is still switched on. It's okay. So because I think it's right now, it's a trend in the world that all the companies are focusing on the telemetry. So what actually telemetry is? Traces. So traces represent some view on how your processes work connected to each other, what time each process take, where you have some bottlenecks, you can see it there. Logs, it's basically all the events just recorded in a system somewhere. And to measure our performance, we use different types of metrics. So basically, these 3 components are fundamental. Maybe I can just leave it a little bit far and I will not hear echo. So those 3 components. No. Yeah, because it's a little bit strange to talk and hear myself. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, so these are 3 components. So, and current topic is mainly focused on the tracing. So we also solved metric logs problem. We are working right now as POC on traces, or on the metrics, sorry. But traces is like something which we already tested and it shows quite good results. So what is the trace? Traces is basically a set of connected spans. Spans is those slides, right? So every span has a start, has end. This is the time. So this is how it's really shown in the time. The Gantt chart, basically, it's a Gantt chart. We can see some events. So some spans can have some events. And sometimes spans can be linked to each other. So for example, yeah, I don't know, different types of relations can be, but the main relation is the parent-child relation. We can see it there. So for example, span B is the child of the span A. So it's kind of a nested process. I took this screen from one of the provider, also telemetry provider, Dynatrace, but I really like that slide. The checkout process, right? So the user clicks the checkout, request goes to the gateway. You can see, by the way, those colors which we see on the schema, they are also attracted in our trace, that we can see the user black one clicks checkout, then our request reaches the gateway, it's a green one, then something happens on the front end, two actions, get current, initiate checkout, then one action reaches the cart service, another one reaches checkout service, both records recorded to the database, and we call the payment provider. So that's an example from the outside world, right? So what is then OpenTelemetry? So because we have so many right now solutions, I mean, open source, if everyone creates their own protocol, it's going to be a mess. So there was a community standard created which is called OpenTelemetry. So basically, OpenTelemetry is a set of tools developed by the community, mostly in the Go language. So they have a very large group, but it's adopted. First of all, it's already became an industry standard. So I think it's like SAP is not an exception. More than 40 vendors support it from the terms of the kind of telemetry, working with telemetry as a service. Yeah, it's highly extendable. The good thing, it's available in at least 12 different languages as SDK. So in your code, you don't need to think what is the protocol of sending the messages to OpenTelemetry. You just go you just write some function like log this event, and that event will be streamed to the OpenTelemetry provider in OpenTelemetry format with the help of that SDK. And of course, it has various integrations. So we can see that microservices, different infrastructure components send all the data to telemetry. Different clients also send their data, and they all stream to some databases. So that's a kind of high-level architecture. The core component of that telemetry is OTL collector. So OpenTelemetry collector is basically also software, exactly, developed by community in this Go language. So it represents like set of different receivers. So receivers, they receive information in OTLP format, which is OpenTelemetry protocol or Jagger or Prometheus. They transform those data somehow and then stream using exporters to the providers, which also support one of those protocols, OTLP, Jagger, or Prometheus. So, for example, how OpenTelemetry is implemented today in SAP. So we have our SaaS applications. Let's say it's a CAP application. We already saw that session a few days ago that we have now OpenTelemetry extension. It sends data to runtime collector, which is a software not developed by SAP. It's open source component running somewhere on their cloud. The same happens with non-SAP data providers. All data go to the Cloud ALM. In this case, it's a kind of the service. And then data go also to the focused run application to visualize those data. But in this case, both focused run and Cloud ALM, they represent some vendor software which supports OpenTelemetry protocol. So SAP has already adapted it. But here is the problem. Why I'm standing here, there is no ABAP. There is we cannot send data yet. There is no available tool. That's how we can send data from our ABAP applications to tools like focused run. So distributed traces and ABAP. Before I showed you the example with the process checkout, it's really somehow not connected to us. But let's try to think of some, I don't know, some example, sample process, right? So the user submits something on his Fiori app, like sends the order. We reach our OData service. OData service is usually, let's say it's an unmanaged wrap service. That unmanaged wrap service calls some BAPI function, for example, create some document. Then we stream in the business event. That business event streams, publish it to the topic on the event mesh. In its own turn, payment platform is also subscribed to that event mesh. They received our event. They did some payment, whatever. Payment received went back to event broker. Event from event broker came back to SAP. we received it, wrap, saw this event handled, and we created one more push channel just to have a WebSocket connection in the same Fiori app, and the user see in few seconds, oh, my payment gone. But this is not a synchronous process, it's fully asynchronous. Question is then, how can we trace this process if we have like OData, ABAP, business event, push channel, they all live in own different loops, right? How we can trace them? Well, I created, we still can do it. I hope that we can a little bit bigger audience. I created a simple Slido. We have enough time, we can do this. So can you please, with your mobile phone, scan this code? And then you can answer the question, which tools do you use to trace your apps? And you can also feel free to provide more options. So you respond once, but send, because we have, if we talk about ABAP, we have multiple transactions. Just put there everything what you honestly use in your daily operations to trace your ABAP apps. Or SLG1, good transaction. We can see there application logs. SAT, also very nice transaction. We use it. Or, okay, SLG1 becomes the leader. ST05, database traces, also very nice transaction. So, oh, I see already one of my favorite is ST12. Okay, guys, you just write in the most interesting moment. So I'll just repeat. If you scan this Slido QR code, you can also send the tools which you use to trace your ABAP apps. So we have now two leaders, ST12 or SLG1. Who wins? So ABAP cross trace. This is interesting. I never heard of this. But log ST12. Yeah, that's what I say. Like that will work, but ST12 now is losing the because of this the one vote. No, I mean, if you use like commas, then it's a new answer. It's already not accumulating. Yeah, so gateway trace. But that's already a good picture. If you don't mind, I make it this. Do it like this. So the whole thing is we can see plenty of different ABAP transactions where we see different small pieces of the same process. And to understand what happens with my end-to-end process, we cannot do anything, right? So we really need, and that's why our team now has so many people, let's say, supporting SAP, because every specialist knows his own transaction, goes there, you know. So let's switch back to our presentation. 11, and then we go next. No, I think I pressed the wrong button, slideshow. Yeah. So let's start from some kind of fundamental thing. So OpenTelemetry in ABAP. So I used, like already mentioned you, what OpenTelemetry is. So we have one of our rock stars, Lars Hvam. Basically, so I would first start with the system capabilities. What basically have now in our system? I'm maybe not talking about Steampunk, but mainly about on-premise system, which is used by most of companies. So first of all, we have native JSON XML serialization. Very good. So at least we have some protocols, how we can stream data, but not everything, only those like really natively supported. We have HTTP client. Okay, we can send information using HTTP. We have WebSocket connections. Very good. TCP is available, but TCP is mostly to talk to devices, not to the services. MQTT, MQP clients represented, also working on top of WebSocket. Very nice, because now we can use some protocol to how to talk to other services. And we have file system database capabilities also, let's say, one of the ways how we can store telemetry data. So one of the ABAP rockstars Lars Hvam created few open source projects. They called ABAP OpenTelemetry. ABAP protobuf. Let's say there we didn't find end-to-end, let's say, solution ready to use, because it's actually true. He didn't publish the exporters. He only proposed the idea, so that we can use class like this. So we start a new provider, we add the span processor. Then in that span processor, we create a tracer. We start a new span with this name, with this kind. We end the span, and we need to implement our exporter. So that was the idea. And we decided to start like our own implementation. It was not that much more work. So a few fundamental things we had as our kind of core principles. So first of all, we need to spend minimum time on serialization, deserialization. Yes, I saw Lars, for example, use protobuf, but it's a custom serialization, custom deserialization. We already have on community many blogs about that. Identity transformation is almost unbeatable in terms of the performance. It is the fastest way how we can serialize, deserialize data. But we know the identity transformation serialize in IS-JSON format. So it all makes the capital case. So probably doesn't work for custom formats. Second thing, we want to use only native SAP clients, no custom protocols. So that's why in our case, we chose MQTT over WebSocket. We found that HTTP calls are too expensive. And later, I will show you even the data proving that concept, that actually HTTP calls, if they are called synchronously, let's say if you stream every single event using HTTP, on a scale, we will pay with a lot of milliseconds. Because when you receive the response from HTTP service, you basically wait for some small amount, but if you have hundreds of events in your process, you will pay anyway with your milliseconds. So we wanted to have also real-time analytics. So for example, ended span must appear even if you have a short dump or rollback. So for example, we have like business events. Business events, why are not really suitable for telemetry? Because business events come only after commit. But we also want to see if something bad happened before commit. Ideally, we need to see it. So, and of course, our framework should be extendable. So now I would like to go for some. First, I will show you what we did, and then I will talk about how it works. How to start? For my demo scenario, I created a little bit simpler component. So I created one HTTP service, which is search. So, okay, it's just called, scrolls, okay, it's just called like this, trace SRV, and it has this class. So that class it's a HTTP service, right? So this class is doing few things. So let's do it like this. I created some dummy task because we need to show some span in our, it should not take like, it should take some time in our trace span. So I created some wrapper where I create the timer. No, I'm generating randomly the wait time between 0 and 1 second, so some milliseconds. And we also generating the span with some name, so we can see what we create an instance of our tracer in that context. Then we are using MQTT with this destination. Then we are starting span with this name, with this context. We wait for this some time, and that's it. So that's what this specific random span is doing. And then in our program, I will. Okay, it was a bad idea to put chocolate in I go and I smell the chocolate. I really don't. I was trying to understand what response is. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we go on. It's how we do in ABAP usually, right? So condition change. We in our program, what we do, we run one span just in the same web service handler. Then we run few parallel tasks via ABAP parallel run, the topic which was presented before, and I also wanted to show some interesting data about it. Then we also run 3 tasks in BGRFC, TRFC, but sequentially. It means we run those 3 tasks in the same unit. And we also run 3 BGRFC, TRFC tasks, but in parallel. So that's what my service is doing. And also one more thing, because I wanted to have a custom authentication. So I wanted to make this service public, but it was not possible to do with this specific path, because new HTTP services, they don't have their own ICF node. So I had to create one more ICF node, which is just proxying request. It's called trace. So that service is proxying request to my service with with predefined credentials. So that was kind of the way how we make service public. So, and it also has own handler. That handler also has some small code how we I don't know, stream telemetry. In our case, we stream this event, span, get, booking, test, trace. So now let's see. What I'm going to do right now, I'm gonna call some service, and I hope it will work. So I just need to run the collection. It's the service which I just showed. And let's choose the number of iterations 10. I really hope it will work. So Babam. Yes, but okay. Generate tests. Yes, let me just take it quickly from the browser. Yeah, trace is this one. Okay. Yeah, so it just do something. I'll explain why I'm running it a few times, because we are connected right now to the real enterprise monitoring system, like a distributed tracing system. And I can send it like this, but I will still run it like 10 times, because we also apply so-called sampling logic, that we don't store every single trace, but maybe 1 of 10 or something, because otherwise we pay too much and we store too much information. So let's say 10, right? Run distributed tracing, bam. No, it doesn't work, but it's okay. You know everything, huh? Okay, so let's do one more time. Run collection 10 times. So let's see if it works. So yes, it's doing one by one. Perfect. Let's now go to our honeycomb system. So, okay, now let's talk about the vendor software. SAP is using Cloud ALM, Focused Run. Some companies use Dynatrace. There are open source solutions. My company decided to go with Honeycomb, so I don't complain. We just use the tool which we were given. So our software in the end, our ABAP program just sends event to this telemetry service. So, and then let's just, okay. My Okta token expired while I was talking too much. Just a second, some small delay. Yeah. Let's hope that we will see there something. Yeah, we have. So we see, you see what, yeah, first of all, let's start like this. We run it, I don't know, many times, but in the end, we only received 3 traces. So I ran it like, if you clicked manually a few times, it's absolutely normal process as a part of that sampling strategy. So And yeah, so let's start from this one, for example. So is it possible that I remove this pane somehow? Maybe not, but we're going to talk a little bit about this. First of all, let me remove those columns. We start just with the, and I will remove the service name, it's not needed. We start with just the name of the span. Yes. So, and this is the best thing. So you remember we started from that distributed process when we have absolutely different components streaming data to the same thing. What we see on the screen? We see on the screen first HTTP handler, which handles is basically the handler of ICF node. This is the handler of Yukon, this new HTTP service which we create with ABAP development tools. You remember we run 3 tasks in ABAP parallel. We also run 3 tasks in sequential RFC, because in sequential means it's one BGRFC unit, 3 times we run the same function model in the same unit. Of course, they run one by one. And we run 3 times the same function model, but a separate unit, also as BGRFC. And here are the interesting things. So first of all, what we see from here, that actually ABAP parallel, it is true, it is parallel. We can see three tasks. Those numbers are random, I already explained in the beginning, because it's by default. I wanted to have some randomizer. But you can see that our process doesn't stop unless that ABAP parallel run ends. So basically it runs in parallel, but still stays synchronous. That's the whole thing. So we still need to wait when this parallel execution will wait. So that was one of the observations which we found. So if we want to go really like parallel and asynchronous, so we don't need to wait, then my recommendation is to go this way. Because you can see I started my BGRFC models and my my process, my thread stopped. It just doesn't work. While here, I started ABAP parallel processing, my thread was working because it was handling them. So that's kind of the important thing. Also, when you handle web requests, HTTP timeouts, solving HTTP timeouts problem, it's a different topic because you can have a load balancer, Envoy, some service mesh, I don't know, Nginx proxy, and SAP, tons of different timeouts. Where your service timed out, you need to investigate. That's why we try to make all our services to respond as fast as we can. Plus, using some events, we can also inform users later that something has changed. Yeah, so that was basically the result. I don't know if you find it nice or not, but you remember the slide on the left, different tools. So now our goal is to replace all those tools, the most important findings, with this new way of tracing ABAP programs. Let's move further. So what else? Yeah, so let's talk about how we did it. So there is no know-how. It's we use, is what I said. We only used like slideshow. We only used the open source components, not open source. The standard ABAP classes. So in our application, every single application is a different process in ABAP. It creates instance of so-called logger tracer in our case. And every time, every process opens the WebSocket connection. It doesn't close. It just opens, and unless the working process is working, it keeps it open and sends telemetry data. We checked the system parameters. By default, it allows 500 WebSocket connection, and that parameter is extendable up to 32,000. As a developer on the previous project, we developed a corporate kind of chat using ABAP system. I know that it's not a problem for ABAP to keep that large number of real-time connections to different users, so I was quite confident that WebSocket will handle this problem. So those of WebSockets stream information to our service, which we developed using Node.js. So BKS, in our case, it's a booking Kubernetes system, booking Kubernetes service. But to be honest, it is not really important how your Node.js or Java or one of 12 different languages code will work. And because it can work on the Cloud Foundry, sub BTP, or your own Kubernetes, or some virtual machine, or Amazon, depends on your choice. But the point is, what we created our own protocol, not OpenTelemetry protocol, because to implement real OTLP in ABAP, that would take us maybe years. But we implemented a very simple protocol only for the data we need, basically, and also which is ABAP IS-JSON. So it's all, let's say, capital. Second, we created also our own kind of model, which basically this should be replaced. It's not booking telemetry. It's the best thing is OpenTelemetry API. We are using some open source component. In our case, we chose Node.js. That's how we took OpenTelemetry.js. If you go for Java, then you go take something else. And those data stream to telemetry provider. But of course, then if the more processes, the more application server you have, you need to scale it somehow here, right? So you need to scale your service directly. That's how we came with the idea that basically, if you put the message broker in between, it becomes a little bit better because message broker is scalable. It's a software which is created to accept large amount of messages every second. So we still stream our events using MQTT protocol to that event message broker. Then already a set of our workers subscribe to the topic. I get the event, send to telemetry agent, and telemetry agent already publish it to telemetry provider. So here is the example of my code, which I just showed you before. So for example, yeah, we are starting the new trace. Yeah, we just say, okay, we use MQTT with this destination. And you can see my program also has a HTTP mode. That's how we could even check the performance and compare it between each other. So we create like a new span, start span something. For example, in my case, it was just some stress test span. And we end, sometimes we log some events. And when we do this, just in the moment of the log event or in the moment of the end span event, I guess this one, just at the same moment, we stream in the WebSocket message in the format which we designed ourselves. And by the way, we didn't open source this part, still under discussion. If we open source, the name of this will be ABAP Total. So yeah, but it's really like seriously this any developer can implement because it's not that much complicated. So okay, that was just empty slide. Yes. So this slide shows that code which we saw previously, how it works in Honeycomb. So basically, what we see on the screen, my spans took nothing. I was just generating them, so absolutely normal. They should take 0 seconds. But you can see the first span takes 72 milliseconds. Someone knows why? You have any ideas? Like maybe someone can guess why it takes 72 milliseconds for the first span? What, ABAP? No, ABAP is already compiled. Opening the port, opening the connection. So basically, a very first message which we want to send, we need to open the connection. So ideally, that connection asynchronously already should be created, but we just like this. And we did it like this, and our current kind of innovation or optimization will be reducing that amount by placing our Node.js proxy just on the same application server, so it will be a local host. Currently, it's a service which is running behind a load balancer on some Kubernetes nodes. Of course, the round trip takes some time. That's why it's like this. But it was the same number of spans. You see, 16 spans took 72 milliseconds. And now it's a very interesting observation. So I thought, okay, Everyone tells me, why not using HTTP? Even AWS, we were telling me why you don't use our SDK with SNS, SQS. But if you go inside, it's a HTTP client inside, which every time sends the message and receives. And look what happens. Every single message, it takes 100 milliseconds in our case to send this message. And in the end, the same 16 spans, already instead of 70 milliseconds, they took 800. And it's only 16 spans. In real world, it can be much more. So that's why this picture shows kind of why we cannot use high intensity, high volume interfaces for why we cannot use HTTP for high volume interfaces. Yes, and there was one more way, also part of our experiment. We thought, okay, what if we, instead of sending messages directly to real-time channel, we store them in a database by, let's say, exporting to the shared memory cluster, or just storing them somehow in a serialized view. And then we also designed some, let's say, ABAP daemon, which listens to those new records and publish them. It works. But we also noticed that every single commit, if you really want to have it real time, it takes like around 7 milliseconds. But the point is, for 16 spans, it's a little bit better. But as I mentioned, if our process takes much more spans, using database is the, let's say, less efficient strategy than streaming them directly from your work process. So once again, as a conclusion, how did we achieve this? Custom telemetry SDK. That was we had to create some layer in ABAP, which is capable in an abstract way to record traces, logs, and metrics. Second, custom telemetry protocol. So we designed some own way how we send messages, because we made a decision we will not serialize real-time protobuf message for OTLP. We better do it using identity transformation because it's faster. Third, WebSocket-based connectivity. Just previous slide showed clearly why WebSocket is preferable than HTTP. Yeah, if I'm wrong, just please send me some feedback, or just, yeah, I'm really honestly open for any advices. Custom Node.js proxy middleware in our case, and in your case, could be one of the 12 different languages which you can use to build your own kind of proxy layer between the serialized ABAP message and the OpenTelemetry. We hope if we open source our ABAP part, we will do the same for Node.js, by the way. So what do we miss? And this is a question, actually, it's was one of the goals for me to come here to be a speaker. Again, it was not a best practice. It's just our experience, our way. But it also was the chance to send a message to our SAP colleagues that what we actually miss right now in the standard code. So first of all, it's a truly asynchronous code. We show on the previous slide that ABAP parallel is not really truly asynchronous. It's still synchronous. It's like in JavaScript, we have that promise concept, and you have that promise all, promise race. So basically, it's promise all. You just wait and all of them finish. But we just we need to have capability to call BGRFC. And for example, in case of ABAP Cloud, at least as of my knowledge, at some point, maybe 1 year ago, we couldn't use BGRFC in ABAP Cloud. So there was no way, only ABAP parallel, but it's not really asynchronous. So OpenTelemetry SDK would be nice to have out of the box. Yeah, we developed some class, but well, it would be nice, of course. But what is more important, what will be working behind that OpenTelemetry? So if SAP is capable to stream truly OpenTelemetry data in OTLP protocol just of our work processes, that would be just great. Protobuf support in general would be really nice to have, because OTLP is just one of the examples. But we see more and more services, especially with combination to gRPC or Kafka, requiring protobuf rather than JSON or XML, because it's, let's say, more efficient in terms of the message payload size and everything. And of course, yes, that right now we are talking to using MQTT, but MQTT is the protocol which is designed actually to talk to devices. We chose it just because it's available. If there would be Kafka available, I would definitely go for Kafka, right? So because in our company, all the 99% of services talk to each other through Kafka. Only SAP cannot talk. That's why we right now solve this problem by sending MQTT messages, transforming them to Kafka, and streaming further to other services that they can kind of listen to us. And the gRPC, well, it becomes also very popular protocol. So, well, that for example, OTLP is built on top of gRPC. So basically, that's what we miss in the core. So if we will have this sometime in ABAP, one day, it will be really great. Yeah. So thank you then for listening. Yeah, maybe you have some questions.
Thank you very much. You said BGRFC is not available in ABAP Cloud. It is since the end of last year with BGPF.
Yes, that I've heard. So since last year, we started our research probably like August, September. By that moment, it was, so we already made decisions. So okay, we go for this technology. But I mean, I'm glad to hear that at least we can now run some parallel processes.
It's the problem of being too early.
Yeah, but anyway, yes. we don't have cloud. We still use ABAP. Like our system is for HANA on premise. We had to find some solution which will work on our side.
I think the problem is that the BGPF, I don't know if it's available as for HANA 2023 or if it just came.
That's another problem. Yes, was advised our company when we decided to go for upgrade. SAP as a vendor advised us not to go for the initial release of 2023. We are now with 2022, and probably in 2024 we can get it if everything goes well. So that's kind of the situation with ABAP upgrades, that also very difficult to get new functionality. But the principal thing, if you extend your ABAP core components in the same state as they are without any releases, with components on the BTP or any other technology platform where you can develop with OpenStack, then you're much more powerful in terms of, and much more flexible. You can reuse much more components available in the open source community. So that's the kind of core message.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? What's faster?
So I have one question. So this nice graph that was presenting to us, which of those three parallel tasks were executed in sequence, which of them were executed as asynchronous or pseudo-asynchronous, as you explained to us? Can we recognize which of them represents BGRFC call, which of them TRFC? Can we find this type of?
It was because it was not a slide. It was a live demo, of course.
Demo, yeah.
It was a live demo, and let me just go out of the presentation mode, and it was this. Yeah, right. F11. So this is the thing. You joined already. You saw this slide or not? When you came, no? So maybe I'll just repeat one more time. I had a program which calls ABAP parallel class, and we now have the data showing that our parent thread will not stop unless the ABAP parallel will finish. And at the same time, if we run the parallel BGRFC, our program doesn't stop; it just finishes, and those guys work. So yeah, I just.
Okay, but the question is which of those three, because as I understood, and maybe I got it wrong, yes, that one of those processes is BGRFC, another is TRFC, and the third one is another kind of RFC.
First of all, this 1, 2, 3, it is the same logical unit of work. No, it's not the same. In this logical unit of work, I call it ABAP parallel. We know that ABAP parallel inside calls IRFC. So technically, it's in different processes. This, and this. It's 3 different tasks running in asynchronous RFC, but we still have an ABAP parallel. The statement wait for asynchronous tasks. Only when they finished, we come back saying it's done. This one, I ran as a maybe still it's a live demo, and the code is there. I hope my session still stays alive. Yeah, that was the code, right? So where is it? The class builder. Yeah. So you see random parallel tasks. Oh, that was the first one about parallel random TRFC tasks. So basically what it's doing, I created a function model with just one function, random span, the same function, and I'm calling it in the background unit, right? So that is BGRFC, background unit. But the point is, it depends. What is this unit? Do you create it every time new unit for every single call? Or you have a chance also, you can run the same function model 3 times in the same unit. Then it will be kind of a queue. They will run first one, wait, second, third, and so on. So one time I run it in a parallel, one time I run the same function in sequence. And now let's see what
using one single unit.
Yes, so I will show you. Sequential using one single unit, parallel using new unit every time.
Yeah.
And we can see it here, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I totally forgot. So one more thing I will just quickly add. So when I'm sharing my spans, I also do one more. We are capable to provide custom analytics. So what we get EPP. We get a few GUIDs, which EPP is extended passport policy. EPP. I don't know what is this. Yes. So what we take? We take some connection ID. We take some transaction ID, sub transaction ID, transaction ID, and there is a context ID. But let's do something like this. So you can see some GUIDs. Our tool allows us to do something like this. So let me please color based on the, yeah. We can see that the whole spans, they belong to the same transaction ID, even they run in a different completely. So one web service calls another web service. That web service calls IRFC. IRFC call, then that web service also calls some BGRFC, but they all run as one transaction because SAP internally has this GUID saying like it's the same transaction. Passport. Yeah, then I was right. And connection ID already slightly different. So let it just maybe, I don't know why it's not that reactive. Or no, it is the same GUID, it's the same. But the point is why I'm showing this. If you go, those GUIDs, you can also use for the troubleshooting because both transactions, there are a set of transactions which support extended passport policy. So one of these is ST22, our favorite transaction for favorite. I would prefer not to know about this, but sometimes we have to analyze raw dumps. Transaction ID, EPP root context ID, EPP connection ID. So those 3 GUIDs you can use. So if you have short dump and you manage somehow before that short dump to send some telemetry data, at least you will get that ID. With this ID, you will be able probably to find the short dump. So it's a very good thing. And also another transaction which has even more information. That's a very good one. ST03N, which shows you some workload monitor, right? So if you go to detailed analysis, like business transaction analysis, you can also use this root context ID, connection ID, and transaction ID. So just as example, let me please try to take that transaction ID we just have right now here. I'm not sure, by the way, if it works or not, so we can just do. The only thing, what was, let's use the 10, right? So, because I don't know what was the exact time, and nothing found. Am I right? It's the 6. And if we use the... I'm sorry, it was, yes, end time is like... okay, just let me see, what was the time? The time was like 9:43, which was 11:43 actually. So it was like 11, let's say 40 to 11:50. I should be, because it doesn't allow to go too wild. Somehow some limitation shows this. And what is also interesting, that this transaction doesn't show everything what we had. It only shows one of HTTP calls and only shows the ABAP parallel. But it doesn't show, for example, BGRFC models. Even we already know they were running in this RFC calls, and they were running inside ABAP in the same transaction. We have this data, still not visible here. So that's how our distributed tracing now brings us even better visibility than standard SAP tools give.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you check in any way Cloud LM? Because it's freely available for every SAP customer.
What is this? Cloud LM. Well, maybe it's the next choice, but let me please explain the idea of that thing. We have a business value behind it. The point is, SAP in our company is just one of the hundreds of different services, and 99 of 100 services already streaming data there. We want to know, someone calls SAP, and for them now we are like a black box. They have all the logs, but wherever it touches SAP, bam, disappears. We just get some strange error code which we take from the application or from that standard SAP, and that's the only error we give. Now, right now, they will be able to see our execution also in their traces. Basically, the whole idea of this telemetry is that every single process works in some context, and your task to propagate that context across all your programs. That is the whole thing, right? So, yeah.
Because in the meantime, where I talked, I just set up the Cloud LM integration to my other development system.
But if we stream their data, we will see only our own traces.
I got you.
Yes, so that is the reason. That's the whole concept of distributed tracing.
So, thank you. Any further questions?
And how do you connect this SAP data now with all the data from other systems that use the same, for example, order ID? Because at the end, it's an order ID that goes through different systems. How do you get the connection between those?
Let me please explain. When in OpenTelemetry, when we propagate the context, we never propagate order ID or something. We give a very abstract trace parent ID. So we give the context of the trace ID, that we are in this trace, that all spans connected. We give in the context the ID of our parent span. Let's say some service calls us. They say we have that trace, we have that ID. Our task is just to start spans, not as a new tree. We can also do this. But if you want to really support the distributed tracing concept, our task is just to start a new span as a child span of that ID. But we don't even know, I mean, what is the context from the business value? It should be provided you as a business input parameter, right? Some as in a body or in a header or in a URL. So like as a part of your API. But trace parent is just usually it's HTTP header, and it's really like very abstract thing only as a context of your trace. So
it's an import parameter of
it's usually used as a in HTTP by default. It's really like how this is as a spec protocol, not even not supported by OpenTelemetry, but by the whole HTTP community. It's called trace parent. You can read about this, and of course later we call some BGRFC functions. We call some. So start some batch jobs or whatever, submit some programs. It's our responsibility then somehow to propagate that. Or as idea, didn't yet implement, maybe we can keep that trace parent somehow linked to EPP passport in some custom table maybe. And then because we have a lot of standard programs, which probably difficult to extend, right? Just for the context. But we have there one of those three GUIDs, and maybe by those GUIDs we can find the trace parent. It's just one of the ideas we thought we didn't yet implement. Yeah.
So, next question, or?
See the group of five people, they're really bored. Maybe you have guys some questions.
No? Yes? No? Huh? No?
Yeah, it's such a shame.
The young ones, they're too shy, you know?
Yes.
So, In that case, thank you very
Thank you so
much
much.
for your
Thank you.
time, for your good presentation. So. Ciao.
Just at the bell.
Okay, yeah. And now I think. Okay, great. The antenna can be hidden, yeah?
Yeah.
Not a problem.
No problem.
Everything under control.
Everything's fine.
Houston, we are ready to launch the rocket. I think that it really works.
If you show something on the slide, or
Yeah, I will be showing.
Yeah, but if you make some hand pointing, then on this screen, because this one is streamed and this one not. And the camera, so that's the audience on the internet also.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And
Perfect.
if you go here, then nobody sees you on the
Nobody-
internet. So if you want
okay.
on the cover mode, then
Okay. Then we'll stay on this side.
Could see it in the top. No.
Is it okay? Good.
So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. This is the first last session after lunch. And at lunch, I had a discussion with Tobias that there are still people out there that don't know CDS view entities. And therefore, I'm really proud that Bogdan will now tell us his experience with the new SAP HANA entity views. So, Bogdan, the stage is yours.
Hi. Okay, we'll then change it. Share screen 2, yeah? Yes. Okay. No? Because I need to choose between screen 1 or screen 2, yeah, for Zoom sharing. Screen 2, okay. I will then choose screen 2, this one, yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, then welcome everyone. I'm really happy that there are so many of us interested in extending your knowledge, or maybe just starting with usage of entity CDS views. Before we'll jump into the topic, we'll say some words about myself. So I'm working as a software architect and ABAP developer for Capgemini. That's a big consultancy company. And our office in Poland, in Wrocław, is focused mainly on the projects for big customers throughout the whole Germany, mainly, but we are also having some projects in other European countries. I'm focused on the backend, so I'm not a front-end developer. I'm architect and developer who is focused on complex business processes on the backend side, which are then exposed as a services for the front end. So during that session, I will show you what are my first experiences with entity CDS views. How many of you have already used, maybe not entity views, but the old type of CDS views, which are named as data dictionary views? Okay, great. Then I think you are the perfect audience, because there is still a lot of valid knowledge from the previous type of views, which can be used for entity views. Okay, then let's start with agenda. So first of all, I will show you the first data model, which is, I also believe, quite well known for most of us. It is so-called bill of material, BOM, or in German Stückliste. Yeah, so I think that that's a kind of classic, yeah, for any ABAP developer. Using this bill of material model, I will show you how we can select, how first of all we can build new entity views for BOM data model. Secondly, how we can retrieve data out of this CDS view using traditional select statement, which is SQL standard, because thanks God, SAP HANA database system is still compliant with SQL standard, international standard, which I think the current version is already very old because it is 2011, but it is still compliant. Then we will try to, I will show you also my unsuccessful attempts to use new entity manipulation language command, read entities against this view and why it does not work. Yeah? So I hope that this presentation will let you also to maybe avoid some struggle on the projects when you will be working with a similar data model, yeah, trying to use with entities statement. Then the second model, which differs from BOM, but which is also well known, I believe, sales order data, will let us to use read entities. And I will also show you some observations from the working example this time. And the last aspect that I want to show you was a kind of little surprise to me that attempt of using read entities in update task does not work. And I will show you how it looks like. And I hope that we still will have some time for your questions. I promise you not to present too many slides. I hope that the majority of that presentation will be just showing examples on the sandbox system that we are using. That's S/4HANA system connected to Eclipse. So as if you are working with Eclipse, another question, how many of us are working with Eclipse already? Okay, that's again, so we are really modern ABAP developers because it is not so common on different projects. So probably you've already observed, yeah, that if your Eclipse is connected to the system version 757 or newer, then if you are using the standard wizard for creation of the CDS view, you may got surprised that your lovely CDS views are obsolete. Yeah, so now SAP encourages us, not yet enforces, but encourages us to start using entity views. Yeah, because we can see that the remaining data dictionary views are here recognized as obsolete. So we should, from now, yeah, from that version, we should rather, when we're creating new views, we should rather pick up one of those very first three options from that list. Data model, which I will be presenting, is shown here as the entity relationship diagram. I think it's worthwhile to take a look a moment on that diagram because it will be easier then for you to understand those examples in the code, which I will be presenting. So you can see that BOM data model consists of those four mainly of those four tables, which are marked with green background. Two of them are header tables, must and STKO. So they both form the so-called BOM header. And STPO is the table which contains components of the BOM. The idea of bill of material is that out of from the components, which are also materials, yeah, that's why we have also reference between STPO and MARA, because the field IDNRK is imported as a foreign key from Mara. So it's just the material number taken from Mara. So this IDNRK recognizes material, which is the component to build more complex material, number of which is stored in mast table, in the BOM header table, in the field matener. Yeah, so that's the first data model we will be using for our exercises. And now I will jump to the system just to show you, first of all, how much in common still new entity views have with the old data dictionary ones. Yeah, so I have prepared testing class, which I can run as the console application in order to see the results retrieved from the database via the CDS views, which I have prepared. So let's first jump to see how the very first CDS view itself is built. Yeah, so if we go to here, you see that our goal is to select the data from the BOM. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing this, what I want to share. Okay, because now if I'm not sharing the slides, but I want to share the code, so I need to choose maybe screen one, yeah? Okay, sorry, but okay, let's try. Not yet. What I will do then, I will because I want to show this.
I think you have to stop the presentation.
Okay. Okay. I know. Okay, perfect. I will stop the presenting. Well, pause. Okay. All right. Let's see.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. This one. Maybe we'll just close it here. And hopefully now we will see. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I hope that the real code, the real meat of developers is much more interesting than slides. So here, via this select statement, we want to retrieve both fields belonging to the header of the BOM and also fields belonging to the components of the BOM. Yeah? So for that, I have implemented this view entity named ZLD CRAP BOM. But in order to make this example more useful and more real life, looking real life-like, I also introduced some additional conditions during such data retrieval. Like, for example, we want to retrieve only the BOMs which belong to plants with the identifier CGN and WH01. Plus, I want to avoid selection of such BOM components which refer to the material of type semi-finished, here visible as HALP. So you see, this is already a bit complex solution because it combines not only the BOM itself tables, but also it requires to reach to Mara table, which is associated with the BOM components. But now let's jump to the CDS view. So what I really like very much with the new entity views is that, first of all, we do not need to declare so-called SQL view name. I really hated it, yeah, because in traditional data dictionary views, you needed, to put into maximum 16 character long some meaningful name. That was horrible, yeah. And secondly, you could do it only once, yeah. So if later on you wanted to change it, it was not possible. It was stored somewhere deeply in the system, so you would need to stick to these 16 long character SQL view names forever, yeah, for as long as you needed your view. Here it is not anymore the case. We do not use this annotation with SQL view at all, yeah. So if we want to open the contents returned by entity view, we can just use name of our entity view, like here, ZLDC wrap bomb in SE16 end transaction, and voila, we have it. In this case, still the virtual data model is valid. Yeah? So if we are working with entity views, the concept of virtual data model is still in place, meaning that we are building bigger blocks out of the smaller ones. Yeah? So if we would follow top down, we will see that our consumption view, which we want to use in ABAP application, is built of this composition view, and those keywords, consumption view, composition view, basic view. This is what virtual data model means. So if we jump here, then we will see that below we have the composite view, which returns for us all of the three tables for the BOM header components, like STKOI, MAST, and MARA. Plus, we have associated table with BOM components, which is again the composite view combining STPO and MARA tables. Yeah, so this is still valid. And now if we run our application, let's see what the results will be. The results will be presented here on the ABAP console. So we can now, okay, maybe I will make it smaller just to be able to reach run as application console. Yeah, so here you can see that we got altogether from the system on which I'm presenting this example 29 records, but due to the fact that we are using association, which is nothing but lazy outer join, we also got some records containing BOM header information only. Yeah, so you see that starting from STL key N, which is the very first field referring to the BOM component, not to the BOM header, you can see that there are some empty values, yeah, retrieved from the components. Why is it so? Yeah, because here I have added in my select condition, I have also enforced to retrieve such BOM header positions which do not have BOM components. Yeah, so we also have some of the dot records. If we now will comment this line, then we should get only those BOMs which contains any components. Yeah, so let's clear the console and let's execute it once more. Yeah, this time we got 10 records fewer, because you see that we got only those BOMs which have any components. Yeah, so that's the first observation. These are this was my very first experiences. Now let's try to select this. There is also one important topic I want also to share with you, which is data buffering. Yeah? So if now I will jump back to the presentation, you see that another nice feature of the entity views that the buffering mechanism is now more similar to the buffering mechanism that is offered for plenty of time for the standard database tables. Yeah, so that's really another cool option for entity views, because in data dictionary views, you could just only declare that you want to allow data buffering on the application server with such annotation. In entity views, you can additionally create so-called entity buffer. Yeah, so this entity buffer is created for our consumption view, which we were looking at a moment ago. And we can decide which type of buffering we want to use. Yeah, so if we again jump to the system and if we will open this buffering object, okay. So that's our buffering object. We can also choose which type of buffering we want to use. And it is one of those types which is also available under technical settings of any database tables in data dictionary of standard SAP GUI. Yeah? So here you can see that we can decide if we want to put all contents returned via entity view to the memory on the application server, or if we want to ensure single buffering or maybe generic one. Yeah, so that's exactly the same idea as for the database tables. In our case, I have decided to buffer data using material number of the header BOM material plus plant for which this BOM exists. Yeah, so that, of course, buffering of the data belonging to BOM maybe it's not a good idea on the real project life, yeah, because it is so-called hot data, meaning that it is transactional data which may change very often during different processes. But I'm just showing you this mechanism from the technical point of view, which may be not the best idea for the real production data. Yeah. How about data? So I'm not, let's say, I have not included any OData related topics yet to this presentation because I'm fully focused on the backend. But you can having this consumption view, but it should be so-called root view. You can easily generate OData service here. I will show you later on in the second data model with the sales order. We'll show you how it works. Yeah. The buffer. We are talking only. So I would say that OData doesn't matter in that case. Yeah, because I'm talking about buffering data on application server. So it means that if we are reaching for the first time to the BOM with, let's say, material with header material number 1 and plant, let's say, PL01, we will store all of the data for that BOM on the application server. So if next time we will issue select statement in ABAP application, the system will not be selecting this data from the database because this data will be already buffered on the application server. Yeah, so we are just minimizing traffic between database and application server. Yeah, and OData is the next layer that ensures transfer of data between application server and user frontend. Yeah, and here I mean traffic between database server and application server. I don't know if it is answering your doubt, or maybe you meant. Okay, okay, perfect. All right. There are unfortunately some constraints regarding data buffering for the entity views. They are mentioned here, but you can also see from my attempts that my initial idea was to use the parameter of the CDS view, which would tell me which type of bombs I want to select. Yeah, and I wanted to decide if I want to retrieve material views, material bombs, or equipment bombs. And I think that maybe those of us who are more familiar with other different SAP modules could name also many other types of bombs, because bomb model is used not only in the MM module, but in many others, in retail, in automotive, and really plenty of them. But due to the fact that if I want to use buffering mechanism, I cannot work with parameters. That's why I needed to hard code it. Yeah, of course, more elegant would be usage of parameter, but here we have this technical constraint. So this is another observation. And how we could verify if the buffering works? Yeah, because okay, we just declared buffering object, but we do not know. Yeah, of course, maybe if we would be selecting something inside the loop, we would see the difference between non-buffered CDS view and buffered. Yes, the buffered ones should ensure faster application execution. Yeah, but it's really hard to assess. Yeah, so I have found this way. I'm not sure if it is the best way, but I have found that there is such standard SAP table named ddlogstat, and you can then try to open in SE16N contents of this table, putting into the object name as a selection criteria name of your entity view, yeah, which you supposed to be buffered. Yeah, and if you will see records with the today's date, it means that it is buffered. However, sometimes you need to wait few minutes after first execution of select or read entities statement, because this table is not updated immediately after selection of the data. Yeah, so sometimes you may be surprised, oh, my buffering does not work. No, wait few minutes. Eventually, if everything is properly declared, you will see your entry in that table. Okay. Now let's jump to the read entities. So my first attempt was to read data, not via select statement, but via read entities, which is useful for real RESTful, for the real application following RESTful framework. So I was thinking, okay, the first constraint is that we need to provide for the read entities statement the full key of our view. Yeah, and because of the fact that our view contains, let's say, in case if it would be implemented via inner join to combine data from BOM component and BOM header, we would need to include into the key of this view also the key fields of the components, which are marked here with the red characters, yeah, like STLKN and STPOS. Yeah, these are just the components of the primary key of STPO table. So to me, it doesn't make sense to create as many entities, business objects or entities, as many BOM components we have. My intuition tells me that we should have one entity against one BOM object. Yeah, so it's better to use association, thanks to which we will be retrieving via read entities statement only the data based on the primary key of the BOM header. Yeah, so the rest of the data belonging to the components will be reachable via this STPO association alias. And the second thing is that in order to be able to use read entities, we need also to define so-called behavior definition plus generate class that would be implementing the behavior. So it is not so difficult because in Eclipse you can use the combination of control space, which will generate most of this code for you. So I'm really not even expert in this code. Yeah, it was mainly generated for me from Eclipse. The only thing I needed to change was because in these exercises, I do not intend to save, to modify entries of my CDS view. That's why I just commented out this persistent table and replaced it with the string with unmanaged save. And that's all what I did for that. So having those two additional development objects generated and activated, we're ready to start using read entities. So let's jump to the code again, but I will tell you in advance that it will be not working. And why, we will see it in a moment. So now let's go to this part. I will show you first what was my intention in ABAP program. So I will be using the data retrieved via select statement. Then later on, we'll just delete those records which contain duplicates considering the primary key of the header. Yeah? So here I just mentioned all of the fields belonging to the BOM header only. And then I will be looping over the BOM header records. And I wanted to use read entity inside that loop in order to retrieve in each loop iteration components of the specific BOM. And why it was not working? Yeah, I will show it to you in a moment. So let's try to uncomment it. So it was not working because first we got this complaint that we are missing behavior for association STPO. Yeah? So let's jump to the behavior definition. And let's try to uncomment it. Yeah. Then another complaint is that STP Omara is not part of composition hierarchy. So what does it tell us? Yeah, it tells us that in order to use the read entities, we cannot define the, let's say, common association. We should rather use composition relationship, not association. Okay, so let's try to use composition instead of association. Yeah, so let's jump to the RABBOM. And you see that maybe another important aspect I have forgotten to tell you about, that for the view that we want to refer to using entity model language command like read entities, we need to add one more keyword, root. Yeah, so it is not only entity view, but it should be root entity view. Yeah? But you see that we can even reuse our previously entity view, just, you know, just add a root keyword here. Yeah? So it is still building more complex blocks out of the smaller ones. So we can reuse as much as possible from our previous attempts. Okay, so then let's try to make this relationship as a composition, not as an association. Okay, then, okay, the plant will not be available in that case, but all right, let's get rid of plant. But now we also need to put then reference to the BOM header in the child view. Yeah, so let's also go to the child view. And yeah, let's try to do it. So in that case, of course, we need also to ensure that on the projection list, we will have also the alias from the header table, from the parent table. So let's put alias here as well. And voila, this is the, only after those such deep research, it turned out why it will be not working. Yeah? The problem is the BOM data model itself. Yeah? So you see that here, this message complains that we are missing some key fields in the condition linking our child view to the parent view. And why is it so? The answer can be best found in this data model, yeah, because it is not a good practice in any relational database. Doesn't matter if this is HANA, MS SQL, Oracle, whatever, yeah. We are now talking about the relational database theory, that we should avoid such definition of the data model in which we are exporting only part of the primary key, yeah, because it will lead to some, how to call it, it will lead to some problems, yeah. So you see that we have only two key fields from STKO that are imported as a foreign keys to the STPO, only STLTI and STLNR. Yeah, and STLAL and STKOZ are missing. Yeah, so that's the reason why we will never be able to define the composition in that data model. Yeah, so it means that simply for BOM data model, we are not able to use read entities. So now let's jump to such model, which will let us to complete this exercise. You see that for the sales order, we have better situation, yeah, because here the only component of the primary key from the parent table is sales order number, VBEL, which is imported to the child table. So we don't have this problem which exists in the BOM data model. So now let's play around with the VBAC, but for that I need to revert back those changes just to ensure that everything works. Just not to have the syntax errors. Okay. This one is already here. And yeah, we need to get rid of those associations. You see that the way of commenting out for different objects also differs a bit. So for the CDS views, we are using double hash. For the behavior definition, we are using double slashes. Okay, so goodbye read entity for BOM. And welcome read entity for the sales order. So I will now clear the results from the console. We'll comment those testing methods for the BOM, and let's do the same for the sales order. However, in my opinion, this is also not perfect, and we'll tell you in a moment why. There is one aspect which is not so nice, I would say. Yeah? So what we'll be doing for the sales order. So again, yeah, we want to retrieve all of the sales order together with its header, which is here represented as a VBEL only field, which is the sales order number, plus data relevant for the items of the sales order, including also material type. So again, like in BOM case, we want to select sales order, but without those material types of the sales order positions, which are semi-finished ones. So again, that's why I put here this other than half condition. Yeah. So if we will run it, okay, maybe let's first run only the selection without entity, read entity. So if we will run it, we see that we got 8,000 entries here, yeah? And now our goal is to achieve the same result using read entities. So we will uncomment the second method. And in second method, yeah, again, we are using what was returned from the first method, but then we are eliminating the duplicated sales order numbers. And then we will be iterating sales order by sales order just to read all of the sales order positions via read entities. Yeah, so you see that for read entity statement, we need to provide the selection condition via this LT cell internal table. And this internal table should contain all of the keys of our view, of our root entity view. Yeah, like in that case, it is sales order view. Maybe also let's take a look at the sales order view implementation. You see really nothing worried. Of course, we already have composition, which turned out to be possible in that case. But because of the fact that in the select statement, we are not retrieving the semi-finished materials, here I also want to delete those materials with type of semi-finished material ones. Of course, this is not a good practice because it is contradictory to the first golden rules, which says keep result count small. So avoid such situation that you will select some data and will delete it immediately, because it's better to ensure that we will not select data which is not needed later on for the further processing. But this is just for our experiment only. So I will be deleting those entries which are standing behind semi-finished materials, just in order only to make sure that I will also get 8,000 records. But why I don't like this solution? Because in order to be able to refer to empty RT table field, which contains material type from Mara, I needed to do the following. I needed to put explicitly empty ART on the projection list of this composition view. And the question to you, why it is not so nice solution? Do you have any idea what is wrong with such declaration, which I just highlighted here? Exactly. So we are, let's say, transforming a lazy outer join to outer join, which means that no matter if we will be referring to empty ART or not in ABAP code, this outer join will always be performed via database system, yeah, which is not so good for the performance, yes. But if I would get rid of it, so now we have the perfect situation, yeah, because I was hoping that, okay, if we have alias to Mara, we should be able somehow to reach to this Mara in ABAP program. Then if I will open my testing class again, now we have the problem. Yeah, so we cannot refer anymore. Yeah, I was really hoping that maybe it would be possible my current knowledge, I'm not saying I'm expert, yeah, because that's relatively new to me as well, yeah, but I spent some time and I think now the only solution is to put explicitly this Mara MT-ART on the projection list. So hopefully now the error will be gone. Or maybe we need to open it again. Hopefully now it will be gone. Let's execute another test just to compare that we will get the same results, the same number of records. This time the execution will take much longer because I also did another thing which is not recommended by SAP. So we should rather avoid execution of read entities inside the loops, yeah, because of course in such case it's better to use select statement. Okay, I haven't cleared the console, but it is still running. If we will scroll to the very end, I think to see the results. So you see it takes significantly longer than selection from select statement. Okay, yeah, but what is good for verification of our results, that function-wise it delivers the same result. Yeah, so we will also get the same records as the ones from the select statement. All right, so I see that you are a bit, maybe already a bit tired, but that's we are just behind the very last example and last aspect I want to share with you, which is usage of read entities in update tasks. So that was another small surprise to me on the project. So what now we will try to do? Yeah, we will try to select the data via select statement, and then we will try to, okay, jump here. We will try to read them, but we will try to read them in update task function module, and then we'll issue commit work just to ensure that all of the update task will be executed. And inside update task, we have exactly the same read entities as we had in the previous example. Yeah, so let's now execute the very last example. Okay, let's activate it. Again, it will take a bit. So this is the result of select statement, but let's scroll to the very end. You see that we got commit has failed. This is something which I have implemented here. So you see that sysuberce after commit work has failed. Why it has happened so? Let's then see in our good old friend named S22. So S22 tells us that statement read entities is not allowed with this status. And scrolling further, we will see that that was a bit surprise to me, because I understand that we should not use modify entity inside update task, but why not read entities? But it turned out that also read entities does not work. So it is also not so obvious, but the workaround is just use select statement against your entity views if you need to run such selection as a part of the update task. So that is, let's say, the last issue, the last topic I wanted to share with you. Let me check it. Yeah, I think that was the last part. Now it's time for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions so far? Oh, just first. Any questions so far? Oh.
Yeah, one thing with buffering, you showed some limitations, but just had a general question on buffering. Is it possible to buffer two tables or like, let's say a dynamic column or something like that?
Could you maybe repeat, because
with the buffering?
Maybe let's wait until people will leave, because then I think we will not have the background noise. So, sorry, let's wait a moment.
Or maybe you can go to this limitations on the buffering.
No, let's
okay.
Let's wait a moment. Please repeat your question now.
Okay. So with this entity buffering concept, is it still possible to buffer, let's say, two different table results together?
You mean to buffer, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Two different tables, like, I have a, let's say, dynamic column, which is combining like two different fields.
Of course, yeah, because, we are, as I said, we are building more complex blocks out of the simpler ones, yeah? So on the very bottom level, we have basic views, for which we also need to declare them as bufferable, yeah, with this annotation I was showing. Then you have composition views, and they can be combined of as many tables as you want, but you don't need to buffer the tables, yeah? Because the buffering then will be applicable for the CDS entity view only. Yeah, so if you will buffer entity view, even if the table itself is not bufferable, you still will have your data buffered, but only if you are referring to if you are selecting data from the CDS view, of course, not from the table, yeah, which is not buffered. Okay. I don't know if this will answer your question.
Yeah, I'll sure give it a try. Thank you.
Okay.
The next.
While you're here, also on buffering, just curious if you know what the, I guess, enhancement for buffering if you're on HANA, if the data is already in memory, how much advantage, or it depends on a specific situation?
Yeah, I know, yeah, because so that's what people quite often ask me, hey, why you take care of data buffering? Because HANA is all in memory database, yeah, so it's not fully, still the buffering data on the application server gives you a lot of advantages. Because I was working on one project for a big retailer company when we were dealing with millions of records. And it turned out that despite the fact that HANA is, of course, all in memory database, the HANA database server does not deal so good with plenty of parallel tasks as good as sub-application server do.
Yeah, so a very specific situation.
So first of all, we are eliminating traffic between database server and application server. And secondly, even if this connection between database server and application server is not the problem, still better scalability can be achieved via application server rather than via HANA database. This is, I'm not maybe expert, but these are my just observations here from the project when we were dealing with really huge volume of data.
Okay, thank you.
A very, very short one, please, because
it's going to be very short. 2 years ago, I tried to use entities and I couldn't because I wanted to do a union.
Okay.
That's still a restriction? Or?
Yeah, I think, yeah, so for sure, union also does not allow you buffering. Yeah, that's I'm sure, but I never tried to connect two entity views via union. So maybe you're right. And maybe there is still such limit. Yeah, you are trying. Yeah, so you know better than me. I think you probably know it better than me. Yeah, because yeah, I was never trying it. Yeah,
I think there's the answer incoming.
I think union works now with. I think union works now with your entity buffers, but we can do it on offline. We can just have a short look if you have time. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure it works, but let me just cross check. We can do it.
Okay.
So
Cool.
now we're out of time. I think hardly on the on the border. Like the German train, you know.
Should I? Then we should check. Let's check the
Hello.
The audio.
Hello.
No. Please open the audio settings.
It's the right one, okay?
It's
And then
okay, it's okay.
let's just open the video. Can I?
Should I? Okay.
And yeah, it's also the right.
Should I on the video?
No, normally should be there the room. Hä? Das ist hier. Normalerweise müssten wir jetzt doch die Dinger sehen, oder? Den Raum uns sehen.
Should I?
No, this is not the camera from the room.
Okay.
Ja, jetzt, aber normalerweise sollen Webcams angezeigt werden. Camera? Somehow yours. Normally there should be as replacement for your webcam should be the room camera and show. Can you share your presentation?
Yeah.
Perhaps it works better.
So, with a short delay, not that much as Tobias in the morning, but with a short delay, we start with the next session. Now we had the CDS view, so the base for our RAP development, and Pavan will now show us how to extend the RAP development, how to extend a substandard RAP object. So the stage is yours.
Share again. You want to share?
Yeah. So I wanted to have a video as well. It will come.
Not the room video.
Yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session, Deep Dive into RAP Developer Extensibility. So this session is mainly about how you extend the standard RAP-based applications and build your custom extensions. So if you have any standard RAP-based application, which is delivered by SAP, and you wanted to enhance that with custom fields, custom logic, and then you go with RAP Developer Extensibility. And if you, today morning, if you come across the keynote as well, so when to use which extensibility. So that's what the keynote presentation was. So this extensibility is mainly related to on-stack extensibility. So that means that it is tightly coupled to the legacy because we are extending the standard application. And this extensibility is called as pro-code extensibility. So it is not a key user extensibility. So you will be doing the development of these extensions in ADT. You enhance the CDS views and then write the logic. So it comes under the pro-code extensibility option. So let's check what's this deep developer extensibility about and how it works. So I have some refresher sessions slides here. So these are the slides which you have seen in the keynote as well. So I wanted to just give an overview of what is RAP first and then corresponding architecture. So coming to the RAP, so RAP is the architecture which is used in whether it's a S/4HANA public cloud or it's a private cloud or in any premise. Means it's an on-premise. Even if you wanted to use, you will be able to use this RAP as a single development model. And here, if you see this, so here you will be able to you can see this RAP development model is there across the platforms. Irrespective of platforms, you will be able to use this RAP model. So only the classic ABAP development is available in private cloud, but in the public cloud and in the BTP ABAP environment, which is ABAP PaaS, so you will be using ABAP Cloud with RAP as a technology. So if I just go into the big picture, so starting when you model any application, you will start from your database. So you do your data modeling first. So what is your root entity and then child entity? So you do your relationships, you establish the relationships, and you do the data modeling. And then if you wanted to enable the transitional capabilities, then you use business objects for the which is nothing but behavior definition, and then you give the transitional capabilities. So projections are something which you give for the UI behavior. So where you wanted to role-based UI behavior, if you wanted to give it, then you can give the projection views. Finally, you consume the view in the service definition. So where which entity should be part of my OData service, and which what are the objects which needs to be part of my OData service. So that you define in the service definition, and in the binding you select the protocol. So whether it's a V2 or V4 or whatever may be the web API, the protocol. So and then finally, once the OData is generated, you will be consuming it in the whatever may be the application, whether it's a Fiori-based application or a freestyle-based UEFI-based application or any other analytical cloud application or something. So whatever you see it in the first left side will be the transitional applications architecture. The same also holds good for the analytical applications as well. So this is the overview of RAP architecture. But here, once all these objects for a standard RAP application was built by SAP, then how do you do the extensions? So you will be having a scenario where you need to do extensions, obviously. So how do you do the extensions? That's the topic which we will be seeing now. So this is the extensibility architecture overview. So in this overview, you can see that the same whatever I have mentioned in the previous slide. So everything was also there here as well. But if you see this, there are two colors here. So one is the left one is the little gray color, and then the green color, whatever you see. So whatever the objects which you see in this color objects are the objects which are delivered by SAP. So they create, obviously they create the data modeling and the CDS views and then projection views, and then deliver the application. So here, standard SAP applications, for the applications which are delivered for RAP, there will be a interface called BO interface, which will be delivered by SAP, which is nothing but public interface, which they give the release contracts. So based on the release contract, and once it is publicly available, then you will be able to do the extensions. So that's the reason you can see that there are something called C1 and C0. So these are nothing but the release stability contracts, so which are attached to the each object by SAP. So that means that when you do the upgrade, when SAP does the upgrade, so they make sure that whatever customer extensions which you have built on top of that should not be affected. And also, whenever the objects which are released in this C1 contracts, only those BOs can be extended. Otherwise, you cannot extend the BO. So they're making sure that the life cycle stability is ensured. So you see these objects, so C0 and C1. So C0 is for the extension points, so which are allowed for extensions. So if the objects are allowed for extensions, you will be able to see the release contract as C1. So you will be able to see for each object in the API state in the ADT. So if you go to the properties, so there will be API state, and you will be able to see the release state of each one of them. So whenever the object has C0, that means that it can be extended. And when the object is C1, that is nothing but public interface, which you can use for your custom fields, or you can update any standard field or any standard object or something. You can update if the release contract is C1. So SAP delivers a RAP BO interface for every standard application, which you can consume it in your EML statements when you do an updates. So this is the data modeling part. The same way you will be having the transitional part as well, so which is behavior definition, behavior projection, and the service definition, which I may have mentioned just before in the previous slide. So these objects also we need to enhance when you have the use cases. So these are the objects which the customer can build. So it's not restricted. That means that you can create n number of extensions. So that means that for a database table, you can extend the database table with the include structure. The include structure which is provided by SAP, persistent include structure, you can extend with whatever fields you wanted. And then in the same way, the field, whatever you have added it in the database table, should be added to the CDS views, projection views as well, in order to get it in the UI. So the whatever extensions which you see it in this here is data model extensions. If the field, if it is only a field, then you touch these objects. If it is a logic, custom logic, if you need to write on the custom fields or a standard fields according to your own logic, then you also need to enhance the behaviors and then write your custom logic. So this is how the overall high-level overview of the architecture is about extensibility. So maybe we'll see what are the use cases. So generally we get for a customer. So use cases will be like you might use data model extensions. So data model extensions in the sense the custom fields. So the second one would be like the field extensions. The field extensions in the sense the fields whatever you are extended. Maybe you need to write a logic saying that it should be a mandatory, or it should there might be a custom action. So you need to write the action in order to perform that. So that's a custom logic. So there might be a complex use case where you might need to add a new node to your existing hierarchy. So that means that SAP has delivered, for example, in a sales order and sales order item, you wanted to have one more child called maybe a change log or a task list. So which is custom to your own use case. So it's a complex use case where you can add a node as well to the existing data model. So these are the main 3 use cases which you generally get when you do the extensions. So in my scenario where I have done the POC and identified these use cases, I have taken in the api.sap.com, the Business Accelerator Hub. You can go to S/4HANA Public Cloud section. So where you will find out a tab called Developer Extensibility. So in this tab, you will be able to see the released APIs. That means that released RAP BOs, which you can do which we can go ahead and do the extensions. So in this case, I have chosen this procurement project as a standard application. And for this standard application, I wanted to do the custom fields and custom extensions. So I'll shortly show you the demo as well. But before that, what I'm going to achieve, I wanted to just give an overview here. So this is a standard RAP-based application, so which is procurement project standard RAP application. So when you see this application, it has the corresponding header and child. So the general information and then the plans. The project has some set of plans. Okay, this is the standard application. So for this standard application, what we are going to do is like, so we will add a custom field. We'll add a we'll add a custom button, which is nothing but custom action, and we can add a custom node. So that's what we are going to achieve. So that means that for the standard application, the same standard application, there is a use case where we need to add a field called external source. And there is a button called maybe a set project reference. So that means that as soon as when you select that button, it should update the standard field with some value. And you can also have a custom node, which is not delivered by SAP. So you wanted to have this node according to your own use case. So this use case is like some task list. So he can give it to the application. Maybe send an email as soon as a plant is created, or send in maybe just add some additional information in this task list. So this was the use cases. So you might also give validation as well. So validation in the sense custom validation. So maybe this name is not a mandatory field which is given by SAP, but you wanted to give the standard field as a mandatory field on save. So this is also one of the use case. So in these use cases, so what you generally need to know is like, so as I mentioned you, maybe I can also go into api.sap.com. Yes. So here, if I go to the public cloud edition, as I said, you need to go to the developer extensibility tab. Maybe I can go into the procurement project. So here I will be able to see the publicly available BO interface. So with this interface, I should be able to do any operations like the create operations. For example, even if I click on the corresponding create, it gives us how to do the create operations with this object. So the corresponding objects, you will be able to see this here. So the same thing I have just find out first. I found out what are the objects which I need to touch. Like for example, say as I mentioned previously in the architecture slide as well, you need to know the data model of the application which you are enhancing. So that means that here, if you see,
share on Zoom or did you
yes.
share the slide?
Yes. Yeah, it's shared.
Yeah, the selecting. Yeah, screen 2. That one.
Yeah. Yes. So here you can see that. So this is the data model which is used by standard RAP application. So they are using the table. This is the table and this is the root view. So this is the interface and the projection view which they are using. I identified from the api.sap.com. And then these are the interfaces which they are using for behaviors, logic, in terms of behavior definition and implementation. So our main, for our use cases, whatever I have mentioned for custom field, custom logic, and then node extensions. I need to enhance each level, saying that I need to add a new field, I need to enhance at each level. So the same way I need to enhance at each level in terms of service as well. So each level of the object I need to enhance, and then I need to build the UI. So the first use case which I'm going to show you is like data model and node extensions. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, so I wanted to add a custom field external source with the project entity, whatever the root entity, and I also need to add a new child called task list for the project entity. So maybe I can just go into since it is a code-based demo, so I have the video. Maybe I can. Yeah. So yes. So this is the standard application which you see it. So for this, we are which has procurement project and procurement plant. So first, what we need to do is like we need to identify, as I mentioned. So we need to enhance this is the table. Table has an include structure. So for this include structure, I need to add new fields. So how I will add the new fields is like I need to extend it. So extend it in the sense. So this is a persistent include structure where I need to extend the fields. So you can see that the structure is already delivered by SAP as extensible character numeric, and how many bytes it can be extended, how many fields it can have, what is the suffix it can have. So these all things as part of when you extend any field. So you need to follow that guidelines as part of clean core strategy. So now what we will be doing is we'll enhance the structure. You can see extend type and then structure with fields. So what field is this? The field what I am enhancing is the custom field. So I need to add the G field with the corresponding type, the data type. So in my case, it's a checkbox. So I just added this as a new field. And then it has an extension structure. So this extension structure also needs to be enhanced with the same field. So so whenever you add a field to the table, you also need to add that field to the corresponding the CDS views as well. So that's where you can see that for the structure. So as well, we'll have which is associated. The structure is associated to the R view. So which is the root view. You can see that this is the root view in line number 28. So this is the root view. So for this root view also, the same field needs to be enhanced. So here also you can see that it is extensibility enabled true, and it has all the fields. So how many quota and maximum fields it can have, and you can also see at the 27th line, it can allow new compositions as well. That means that new task, I can add a new task as well. If these annotations are not available, then we cannot add it. So you can see I added a new field here as well for the R view. And my task is to not to add only the field. I also need to add the entire task list as well. Task list in the sense new node as well. That's the reason you can see one more extension I have created just to keep it separated. I can add it in the same extension as well. Just to keep it separated, I created a new extension. And you can see I have added a new composition to it, which is a G composition for the standard root view. So it is a task. So that means that I have already task related fields already available. I just added a composition. So now the same behavior, whatever I have shown you in the R view, like a sourcing field in the task list, needs to be added in each layer. So whether it's interface layer, even in the consumption layer. So then only you will the logic would be propagated. So the same, whatever you see it here is two extensions, one for source, one for a task list. Maybe I'll just move on to, so you can see that in the projections we redirected to do composition as a child. And the same way, if you go into the C view as well, so you will be having the same extensions. So same extensions in the same field. So whatever the source field you have, and then the task list you have. So if you identify every view, whatever you see it here, has these annotations, which is there at the 22 to 29th line. So extensibility enabled true, and then for the new field, what I have added, I also specified the position, like at which position it should display. So it should display exactly at the same. Okay. Yeah, it's a video. Yeah, yeah. So so there is an annotation here. So this annotation will give us the custom field position, like in the which position it should go ahead and add it. So these are the data model extensions which I have done for the views. So for example, if I again go check these two scenarios, so I have added the custom extension, which is external source, and custom node called task list. So if I go to the next one, so the custom logic one. So the custom logic one is like, so you need to enable the dynamic feature control. So for example, say I have an external source field. So that should be enabled dynamically. So based on the value. So any value which is given based on the standard field, you should enable and disable it. So that's a requirement which I get. And I also need to have a new action, which is set project reference, and a new validation called name. So name is mandatory or something. Yeah. So these are three use cases which we write for the custom logic. So for this custom logic also, so we need to enhance the behavior definitions. So whatever that behavior definition which is given by the SAP, so we need to enhance it with extension, and then we need to declare whatever the dynamic feature control and whatever we need to give it. So maybe I'll show you the So here as well, you need to do the extensions. So first you can see that for the standard behaviors, the extension is enabled. So since extension is enabled, then you will be able to write the extensions. So here you can see the extension is allowed for validations, determinations, even the save as well. And I have added two extensions as I mentioned. So one extension is for writing a new action. You can see this extension using interface, and then it has action. It has a new field because I need to write a dynamic feature control. So that means that based on some value, I need to enable and disable the custom field, whatever I have added. And I also written a validation saying that the project name should be mandatory, so which is not given by SAP. So, and this, whatever I have added, it should have the draft future as well. So whatever validations, whatever I have added, should have the draft future as well. So that's where I need to add the draft specific extensions as well. The same way, the other extension would be like, so to add the node extensions. Node in the sense, so we need to enhance the task list. So we did not specify that what behaviors the task list should have, whether it's a create or whether it's an update or whether it's a delete, the new node which we have added. So that's where we just added a new, it's an extension, and in this extension we are adding a new behavior for the G task node, and then we add all the behaviors like create, update, and delete. So these are the two extensions which I have added, but adding the extensions is it's just a declaration, right? So you need to write ideally the logic for it. So, and also whatever extensions, whatever we have done only in the R behavior in the sense the base behavior. The projection does not know whether these extensions exist or not. So that's where you also need to add the corresponding actions, whatever I have added, you need to add it in the corresponding interface and also in the C behavior. So it's a final behavior where the UI knows that we have added a new field, a new validation, or the new node. So that's where I just exposed them with a use syntax like a delegating, saying that so there is an action available which is created by customer. So to show it in the UI. The same way the other extension has the new node, so which is having the create, update, and delete for the task which is available. So this is only the declaration, whatever you see it. Declaration in the sense we added only in the behavior definition. We did not write any custom logic as of now. So the custom logic comes, so like say you need to write the logic saying that, so the validation for name should be mandatory. So that you write it in the behavior implementation. So in the behavior implementation, you can see that, so we have added the logic for the field what I have added should be dynamically enabled and disabled based on some condition. So, once in my case, I have enabled it based on the standard field. So based on the standard field, you can enable and disable this field. And I have added a custom action logic as well. So as soon as when I click on that action, it should update a field value with EP1. So whenever you press this action, the value of this project reference will be updated with EP1. And this is the logic for validations. So the name is not given as a mandatory field in the standard. I need to write logic for giving it as a mandatory. So final extension, what we need to do here is like the service extension. The service extension is, as of now, the service does not know that we have a new node called task. So that's where you need to enhance the service as well. So the service also needs to be enhanced with the corresponding extensions. And then you can see that I have extended the service and added a new node called task. So that's where I'm getting when I do the preview, or when I load this application in the Fiori Launchpad, I also get the task as a node. So finally we came to the final scenario where we will see we have coded the custom logic and the custom fields and the task. So now you can see that for the standard service, there is a task which is added as a child. So now we can see the output now. So how this output for the standard application looks like. So we have now for the same application which I showed you in the starting, the new field is added at this position, which is collectional source. So if I can edit it, the custom field can be editable now because I have added a transitional behavior for it. So I can do the check or uncheck. And then now this is the custom field what I have added. And now there is a custom button, you can see it, which is set project reference. So as soon as when I click on the set project reference, the external project reference will be updated with EP1. So you can see that it is updated with EP1. This is the standard field which I'm updating. So using an action, I'm just updating some fields. Maybe you can do in our use case, maybe approve, reject. So such type of actions. And I have added a new node, which is task list. So this task list is fully transitional enabled. So that means that as soon as when I click on edit in the top, I will be able to add a new task, and I can create a new task with whatever maybe the task. These are the tasks which needs to be performed for this project. So I can just give some values here, and then if the task is completed, maybe I can give it as done also. And then you can see that without saving, I'm clicking on back, so that draft is also getting saved. So because my application is already managed draft application, so I also enabled in the extensions also the corresponding draft features. So that's where the draft is also enabled here. And finally, you can see that the name, whatever you see the name here, if I remove that and if I give it as a blank value, which is not given by SAP as a mandatory field. Now, when I click on save, so it gives as a name is a mandatory field. And then when I click on it, I get the field as a mandatory field. So whatever we have seen here is totally related to the custom fields, custom logic, and then custom node extensions using developer extensibility. So you might have a question, maybe you might get like a question like, say, why we need to, means the same field is getting added, we need to touch so many objects. Isn't it a complex way of doing it when you add a field? So when compared to the key user extensibility you use using UI adaptation mode or using the Fiori apps which you have. But here, this developer extensibility is something where developer will have full control of the application. So that means that he can go ahead and do any extension without any limitations. For that, he need to know exactly what is the data model and what he can do on whatever custom actions, whatever you need to perform, he will be able to do it. To ease our complexity of this, adding these fields, logic, and for the developer extensibility, this whatever version which I showed you now is S/4HANA 2023, which is very latest version. Okay. The next version, which is S/4HANA 2024, I just spoke to Volker, so which is not released. Maybe 25. So and 2408. So maybe in the cloud version of 2408. I just spoke to Volker. So he told that there is a generator coming up for this. That means that you will be able to select the BO, which BO you wanted to do the custom extensions. Just you add the field name, like I have added, went to the each field. Just you add the JED and then you follow the conventions with whatever conventions mentioned in the annotations like suffixes. Automatically, all these objects, the generator will add this field to every object. Your job will become easier. I know that the code generator will do that job easy, but the only thing, the advantage you get by doing this is like you will understand the RAP business object in a very meaningful way, so that any extensions you can do it. But RAP generator also will do the same thing, but if you are not aware of the complete functionality, then sometimes we might end up looking into a scenario where we don't understand how it is generated. So in the both ways, so but whatever may be the reason, so the RAP generator will also do this whatever stuff which we have done now, will be at least from the data modeling perspective. So RAP generator will be doing that. But the logic, whatever we have seen here, that is not obviously will be generated by code RAP generators. You need to manually write the logic. Yeah. So these are the extension scenarios. Maybe I'll just switch back to the slides. So these are the links. So I have taken it from help.sap. So when I'm doing this POC, I wanted to explore this functionality of RAP extensibility. So these two links helped me a lot in terms of extending the standard RAP-based application. But the process, whatever you have seen for extending the application, will remain same, whatever may be the BO, whatever you choose. In my case, I chose procurement project randomly, since it is a small BO. But whatever may be the BO which you choose for extensions, the process, the practice will remain same. So that's about RAP extensibility. And yeah. Okay. So any questions?
Oh Gott, jetzt muss ich ja laufen. Kann nicht einer aus der ersten Reihe Fragen stellen?
This new cool feature to generate automatically the changes in different business development objects, will it be part of Business Application Studio or Eclipse or
ADT? It will be part of ADT. So as soon as when you choose the RAP business object, so
Test.
Closer.
So this will be part of ADT. So you can choose the RAP business object and you right click the context menu. You will be able to find out a RAP generator option, and then you will be able to do it. It will be part of ADT. Yeah.
So is there any way we can find out which RAP BOs can be extended? Because you showed this word extendable, right?
Yeah. So actually in when you open the, maybe I can open the Eclipse here. So you can go to the properties. Okay, in the version what I'm showing you is 2022 version. The demo what I have prepared is 2023, because in 2022 version, whatever I have showed is not fully available. So you can go to, if I go to any of the object, for example, say, so this is the procurement project RAP BO. You can go to API state. Okay, so in this API state, maybe I'll just, so you can see that the release contracts here. So as of now, you see that in 2022, this object is not released. Okay, but in 2023, this object is released. That's the reason whatever I've showed is 2023. Maybe for your scenario, maybe I can show you, maybe you can go to any BAPI, for example. I'm just showing you how this release objects will be there. So maybe a BAPI PR create. Okay, if I go to the API state here, so you can see that it is not released, but there is a successor available, which is the RAP BO. So instead of BAPI, you can also use this RAP BO for updating the business objects. So if I open this object, so this is nothing but the RAP BO interface which I have mentioned. And if I go to the API state here, so most probably you can see it's released, which is having the C1 contract.
But my question was, to add a behavior action, you need to have the wording like
extensible.
Extensible.
Yeah. So for that, you'll be able to find it out in the behavior definition itself.
So we have to go individual behavior
behavior definition, and then you see that whether they have given that entity as extensible or not. If they have not given the entity as a extensible, then you cannot extend.
But there is no central place where we can just check what are the.
You can also check in the Extensibility Explorer. There is the options as for HANA Cloud, ABAP Cloud, etc. There you can see which BOs are released already and which are extensible with this.
You can check there.
You can check it.
Okay.
We can see it offline, no problem.
Yeah.
How can we find? Yeah, how can we find the dependent objects like which are related to this particular application? So like, is there any
yeah,
like
there is a
easy
tool.
way?
Yeah, it's a nice question. So for example, if I open this BO, okay, I can right click on it. You can go to show in Relation Explorer. Okay, so you will be able to see the corresponding tool here. So these are the core data services. For example, if I go to the using objects or used objects. Yeah. So in this option, you can see what are the objects which are used here. Okay, and also you can also select. I think so. Something related to BO also you will be able to select. So when you select this, so you can see this is the access control which is used, and also the business objects which are using it. So the entire hierarchy you will be able to find out using this tool called Show in Relation Explorer. You can
only show specific objects which are related to this particular.
This particular business object, yes.
Nothing else, right? Like because we will be sure, like we'll be extending these objects only.
So it will give the objects which are related to this business object only.
Okay.
It doesn't give the other business objects. Yeah.
Thank you.
You showed a business case, right, to put a validations on standard field, right? So it's a common business case, so to across all the customers, right? So when it comes to unmanaged scenarios, right, we could not able to do that. Is there any roadmap where we can extend? Like it's more towards.
If it is a managed or unmanaged, the process will still remain same. Okay. So maybe you need to check only the release version. So mostly the process, whatever I have mentioned, irrespective of the implementation type, the same process will apply for managed and unmanaged implementation.
Yeah. That's what my question is. Yeah, for unmanaged, there is no possibility of adding additional save. But my question is for SAP saying that is there any roadmap where they can enable even for unmanaged? Because most of the business object what I see in API Hub all are unmanaged, right? So maybe hardly this is one of the basic one which they deliver for managed, right? So is there any roadmap for SAP?
there are some people from SAP sitting here, but I don't think that unmanaged scenario can be extended in the same way because we have a complete other core, the complete adaptation, extensibilities, a complete back-end logic is done by calling the old bar piece. So you also need to extend the old bar piece, and it would be some magic if you get it to extend the unmanaged scenarios. So
thank you.
What you can do is with unmanaged BOs, you can add additional stuff, add actions, add new fields, of course, that you can do. If you somehow need to change the process of a BO, then that is much more difficult for unmanaged BOs because the complete process logic is done in a legacy.
It's very common to having a validation, like the one which he showed, right? It's
Yeah,
a mandatory field.
The solution for validation, for example, in unmanaged BOs is still bodies. Using bodies is still in ABAP Cloud. It's a normal thing. You can do that, for example, for the famous sales order business object. If you there want to add a validation logic, you need to implement a body.
Okay,
That's still, at the moment, this is the answer for.
It's only for CFL, right? That's what I understand. It's only for custom fields you can add a validation.
The standard fields.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on what the signature of the body offers. So you could also offer or implement validations for standard fields. That's in this case for unmanaged BOs. It's really dependent on the concrete business object.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Where? Whoa, whoa, ah. Very close.
I have the question to the extension of the table. In my knowledge, you need to use the custom field to be cloud ready, the app in the Fiori custom field, but you use a traditional extension. So it's not cloud ready what you did there?
So whatever the extension I have done using is the persistent include structure. If you're using from the developer extensibility, then you need to use this, the persistent include, and then you need to extend it. So when you do it from the
cloud ready?
But yes.
I think in our public cloud system, it's not possible.
So they give this, the whatever, the include structures and the tables, whatever you give. Once they get that release contract C0, then you should be able to do it. Yeah. So the release contract is very crucial. So which I showed you C0, right? So they assign the release contract as C0. So then you should be able to do it.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, because maybe for that question, because I think this is quite a good question, maybe we should scroll just to see which we could scroll properties window here. No, the properties here, because if we scroll,
just a minute, I'll just open the structure.
The ABAP Cloud, let's say, object or.
Yes. So ideally, this will be in the release state actually in S/4HANA 2023. So this is S/4HANA 2022 system, whatever I was saying.
Because I was thinking about the ABAP version language that this object
will be added for use in cloud development.
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
So we'll have two releases. One is key user release or use in cloud development. So once this is selected, and you can see it here, will be that it will be in a released state actually. So when it is released and it is available in use in cloud development, then you should be able to enhance it.
So, thank you. No more questions as I look into the room.
And maybe the next section is the keynote from Volker regarding maybe I think you can explore more futures there. Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you very much. And the next session, as already mentioned, if you come here back in 15 minutes, then we're alone because next session is closed here. We are again all together in the Audimax. And then we meet here probably again if you want to at 16:15.
Sorry, somehow we.
I just wanted to ask, which table did you extend?
Yeah. Because I think this is the table. You can take this. Yes.
Yeah, because we have a public cloud session, we are with our company, we are on public cloud. And I don't think it's possible to just extend the EEV, EEW includes.
There's a persistent PS includes will be there.
Yeah.
So these can be extended. So only prerequisite is you should have released C0. That's all.
So the table needs to have a C0.
C0.
Yes. And then you can extend the EEW without any problems.
Yes. Only the prerequisite is here should be released.
Okay. So I have a look. I will log in our development public cloud system. And
Will you check this?
Yes. Yeah, I will check it now. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for your contribution. That's really good. I'm a backend developer. Now I'm exploring the CDS and RAP. Yeah. Currently, I am working on one project. I have one issue with the action definition, and I saw a new way how you can define one action. My question to you is: it is possible today that you go a little bit with me through my definition in the source code I had with me to see maybe one or two alternatives how I can solve my problem? It's okay for you?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
When would you have time?
Maybe after keynote.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I think after keynote, maybe we can meet at the down in the canteen.
In the canteen?
Yeah, in the downstairs.
Which place? But this are really big.
Maybe there is an entrance, right? Maybe in the entrance we'll meet. So as soon as when you enter,
They need.
there is a goodies place, right? Goodies place. They are giving stickers and everything. Maybe there we'll meet.
Okay. Assistant in the front of in the entry.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. After keynote, I'll just discuss.
Thank you.
We're trying to make
Okay. But then the next moment, this is the way SAP works. They turned around and offered me a new job with an SAP. The problem was half the money, less than half the money. So I said, no more. Thank you for that. And let's go to the next one. And I basically blew up my career, vanished into nothing. Nobody had my email, nobody had my phone number except for very few people. It was very quiet and serene. It's also the time right before COVID, so really I was enjoying my life. And there were lots of reasons why I left. But one of them was to have a different life, not the corporate life. I'm living half year with my family in Toronto, Canada, and the other half in Nice, in south of France, with our beautiful daughter. And we're enjoying this very much. And this was certainly not possible to do this every half year, switching back and forth and speaking 3 languages, was being employed at SAP. So I started my own company called Marc Tools, and I set out to develop some ABAP code, and I needed a way to ship it. So that's how I stumbled across ABAP some years ago. I'm one of the lead maintainers. I've committed over 1,000 times to ABAP well, if you use it, that's what you see all the time. Better. So this is what my life looked like after I left SAP, right? So it was like 2020, all these GitHub things. And if you see, it's a totally different life. Instead of working within a company, everything you do is public or maybe some in private repositories. And if you would look at the last day yesterday, there would probably be like such a bright spot, you could see it from the moon. I was working on this project until the very last minute and making so many changes and additions. Unbelievable. You'll see the results later on. There's some fancy tools. You can visualize all your commits. So I have all the links in the details later. So after spending so much time at SAP and stumbling across lots of open source, I also learned a lot about open source outside of SAP. Not related to ABAP, NPM, PHP, all sort of programming languages have a really large open source community. Not so much in ABAP yet. I think there's still so much growth potential, and we're at the very beginning of it, I think, even though we have had ABAP now for quite a long time. So this is my latest project. I've been teasing on it on Twitter, if you're following me, and you'll see later what this is all about. But first of all, happy birthday, ABAP. 10 years. 10 years of ABAP. I'm sure you're listening. Lars, thank you very much for inventing that and getting that on the road. You weren't the only one contributing, but you made the biggest leaps in this. So thank you, Lars. And if you look at Lars's commit history, this is what it looks like, right? This is his crazy life, unbelievable work in open source. So I take the opportunity. Lars cannot do this himself, but I declare now Lars Pavan, the BDFL, if you don't know what that is, Benevolent Dictator of Life, or for life. It's a title given to a small number of open source projects where people are making the biggest contributions. So Lars, you're now officially BDFL. I'll update the Wikipedia page, or somebody might do it here during the talk. So there's so far 174 other contributors. They're ordered here in kind of like how many commits they made. So thank you very much for that as well. Without this, especially at the beginning, ABAP wouldn't be where it is right now. There's lots of interesting things. You can see how many issues are closed, and this gives you a bit of an idea on how open source works versus working with SAP software and support at SAP, right? So here you can actually see where the action is happening, and every issue is public to everyone else. It's such a big benefit compared to your support case at SAP that's visible only to the one single customer, and then probably only to very few people at the customer. Here you can go back, search everything, and see who had the issue, how it was solved, get back in touch with the person who had the issue, ask them what they did, and so on. So it's a very different model, and it works incredibly well for projects that have a lot of contributions. People working on it. So a slightly different change. That was a bit about ABAP. The other day I thought, what is actually the opposite of clean core? Is it dirty core or what is it? So it was kind of like a typo somewhere that I made. And so the syntax error, I typed syntax error. And I thought that this is actually what it is. The opposite of clean code is code with lots of syntax errors, right? It's where you're using unreleased SAP of objects, where there's a deprecated ABAP, duplicate code, and so on. It's actually a tax that comes due when you want to move to ABAP Cloud, right? Because then when you who made all of these sins, have to pay for it, and usually there's nobody else coming up with the money for it, right? Taxes. What do you want to do? So. I thought a little bit more about this. So why is that the case? Well, one, I think SAP didn't release over the years enough objects, and not in a way that they are consumable in a stable environment, over years and years and years to come, right? So that they have versioned APIs and so on. So that's certainly a problem, right? And then the other one, very typical SAP. New features only in new releases, right? It's true for ABAP code. It's true for any functionality in SAP software. If there's something new, you get it maybe in a support package stack or in a feature pack, but then you have to upgrade to the next release. You won't get it. Very different with open source, which has a completely different model in terms of stability across the releases, because people know that their code is used by so many other people. You can't make these mistakes by breaking existing APIs that you have published. You have to have a well-rounded strategy for that. I think SAP got that message. So if you look at how ABAP Cloud works, different story. There it's done properly, right? But that's not the reality, as we know, for lots of on-premise customers. Then there wasn't any clear strategy for reuse. I mean, who knows SE 83? That's actually a reuse library in the ABAP stack, right? Which has like a few things in it of stuff that you should have reused in your code. So as a result, we all, like as the whole SAP ecosystem, got addicted to SAP Core. Right? We kept using stuff from the core because it's such a big platform with so many features. You can't resist the temptation to actually use it and call it, or maybe we should. If you need it changed, maybe you copied it, or whatever. You made all sorts of sins, right? So this is the thing that we are fighting against, right? And pretty much everybody who has started longer time ago is in the same boat. And now what's the option, right? If you're fighting against the dragon, well, you can escape, right? You can try to find a safer place. Just quit SAP, start new, whatever, do something else. But that's really not an option for me. You can try to strengthen your city walls. You can try to work inside your system. Try to stay where you are. Don't disrupt anything, right? Clean it up maybe a little bit here and there. But is this really the way? So the other way is to attack it, right? You can use all sort of tools, and we heard this morning, lots of features from SAP as well, to help you on that story. But where do you end up? If you really make the move all the way to SAP Cloud, maybe you're in the new promised land, right? But what do you do along the way? Right? And are you then still getting addicted to new features or stuff from SAP? If you don't go all the way, right? There's always going to be something on premise. So the question is there some other way? So, and that's how I come back to open source. Anybody know who this is? Yeah, I showed it. I used the younger picture. Maybe this is better. It's more recent. is Matt Mullenweg. He is one of the co-founders of WordPress. His software, his inventions run over 43% of websites on this planet, of the top, whatever, 10 million websites in the world. Unbelievable, open source software. Why is it so successful? Why? This guy, together with his colleagues and many contributors, figured out a way to make it easy to consume or publish open source and consume it within their product. It's like so successful because there are like 50,000 plugins and 12,000 themes that are all for free available on the internet that you can just like click on and install in your WordPress website. I mean, if anybody is using WordPress, you know how it works. It's so simple, so straightforward. And then on the side of it, it generated a huge ecosystem of people who are selling their plugins and themes along with this. So it shows that even on the biggest stage of the world, open source can be very successful, right? You don't have to be afraid of it. It's everywhere. Anybody know who this is? Yeah. I think it's quite amazing that we don't know these people. Here's the recent photo. And I know you have used software from him. Isaac Schluter. I think I missed it. No, there's an E, yeah, Schluter. He invented of NPM. Not that long ago, 2014, he invented this and published tons and tons of things around it on the internet, started the registry NPM, and anybody outside of the ABAP world who is doing internet and node development knows this inside and out and uses it every single day. The number of downloads is absolutely staggering. Build amazing things. Now that it's part of it, Microsoft, there's more marketing around it. But if you look at these numbers, like how many downloads in a month? I can't even tell that number. 253 billion downloads. Unbelievable, right? I mean, it's also a way that this thing works, right? Because every time you build it, when you install it somewhere else, you have to stuck down all the modules again. And there's lots of things around it to optimize it, obviously. But the number of published packages, 3 million, is just like staggering, right? And this is, back to SAP customers, how you are using software outside of SAP. Right? There's open source everywhere. Everywhere where you look, the world would not exist without open source. The question is, how do you figure out which ones are the good packages and which ones are the not so good ones, right? Which ones have the problems, right? And which one have like regular maintenance and so on. So there's lots of stuff around, you know, these JavaScript ecosystems that help you with this, and tons of automation. I mean, I've worked now with really large JavaScript projects. I'll get to some of them later. I got into NPM myself, you know, finding a bug and then just fixing it in the NPM JavaScript code and seeing how their automation process and how this whole life cycle works around NPM and how the NPM release nodes rolls up to node and so on. So it's incredible. It works, and this is really everywhere. I'm sure that your IT departments know this and will use it whenever they have to build an application outside of the SAP world. So who said? No, we know that, yeah. So thank you, congratulations, thank you for making this possible. Also, you know, from my side, congratulations to a long journey at SAP. Now, officially an alumni, and well, I hope you sail away to your retirement. So the point is of bringing SAP up is like, there's open source inside SAP. You don't even know how much, but you can look it up if you know where. This is the product availability matrix for every solution. And there's a tab on the download center, and it has an open source notices. This is SAP 2023. And this document has over 100 pages of small print of all the licenses and solutions that are in the SAP code when you install SAP 2023, S/4HANA 2023. It's hundreds and hundreds of modules everywhere in SAP kernel, in the front end, in the back end. Like, you're already running open source. Really, you don't have to be afraid of it, right? It's like it's part of software life, but just not ABAP yet, right? There's some block, right? Where customers are afraid to use open source or put ABAP Git on the system and connect it to the internet and so on. But you do it anyway, you do it everywhere else, right? So you just have to have the right life cycle around it and right policies around it. And maybe it's not your development system. Maybe you try all of this in a sandbox first, right? But there are incredible benefits of using open source and being part of this community. So what is the status of the SAP, the ABAP open source, right? There's now almost 280 projects listed on .abap.org, right? Almost like 2 million lines of ABAP code published and publicly available. If you go to this website, you see there's like on GitHub, over 3,000 developers have listed ABAP in it. Lots of them with, from SAP and SAP sample code, but you see ABAP Git, cheat sheets, ABAP to XLS, and so on, ABAP Logger, lots and lots of projects. They're very interesting and to your benefit. So where am I coming to now? There are still some gaps. And we know this for years. When I joined the SAP, the ABAP Git community, I was very well aware of that. There were some issues already listed and discussions going on. There's a few things that we don't have with ABAP Git. One is tight version control. We cannot publish a specific version of our repositories into a place where I can be sure that this is the software that I'm getting afterwards. You can use tagging in GitHub, but that's not quite the same, because when you go to ABAP Git and pull it back in, you'll have to go, oh, I need to have this tag and so on. But how do I make the dependencies then work, right? I need to have this project and that version and the other project in a different version. I need to somehow specify how this all fits together. And if you're in the JavaScript world, it's a no-brainer. There's a file, package.json, and you specify all the details of your project, right? And then magically something happens. You click npm install, and it pulls in all the dependencies, and magically a project has so many new features. But there's a few things that don't work with open source. And I think it's still quite broken. And it's gotten a bit better over the years, but here's the deal. As I said, it's used everywhere. But the funding is little. Come on. I mean, you have to scream about this, and if you then really understand how this would work, then just take some examples out of the SAP world. How many SAP notes were about log4j.s, right? How many issues did we have? How long did it take SAP to recover from this? And run to every customer and say, no, you need to update this log and this log. It was like in so many places in the SAP software. And where's the funding? How much money did SAP pay to these developers for using this open source software? That's the other thing. It's like, there's now every year an open source report. You might have seen it, right? SAP lists all the projects that they contributed to, the open source projects that they started themselves. Great, lots of progress. But the key thing that's missing in there is, what's the open source budget for SAP? Like, how many $1 million did you actually fund open source projects with, right? It's missing, right? But you're using it and then you're screaming, right? And you have all the problems. What if you had given this developer 1,000 euros a month? Right? It's $12,000. It's like a rounding area in the SAP balance sheet. You make billions of dollars, right? But you can't afford to support projects, right? And that's when the screaming is then big if there's issues. Or take this guy who developed Core.js. It's used with 9 billion downloads on NPM on 200. There's 200 million websites or something where this thing is included, right? Because it's a core feature that you need to have stability across browser platforms. Right? But the funding was so little that the guy threatened to stop this whole project, right? And turn it into a commercial license and stop all the open source activity. This happened again, recent backdoor discovered because there were some issues. Yeah, we need funding, right? So there's different ways to do it. Well, lots of projects, they try to do this one. Have a free version and then somehow carve out a shell where it's a premium version of the same solution with like additional features that you don't get in the free in the one. But one comment about it, you make it more complicated for everyone, right, if you do this, because now you always have to fight between free and paid, right? Which one is better? But I want all features, right? And then you, as a developer, you're getting also confused. Like, should I put this now into the free version or should I put it into the premium version? It's very mixes up your mind instead of focusing on what you're passionate about, which is your project, right? The other thing is sponsoring. Well, yeah, which developer has the time to run around to companies and ask them and beg them, could you please give me some more money, right? So I know you're using my software. Right? It's like, yeah, that's not the developer's job, right? The other thing is you try to do advertising. You don't want to have the advertising inside the software. Nobody likes this. You know it on social media. If there was a version of Twitter without advertising, everybody would use it, but they charge for it, right? We're back to problem number one. Right? The other thing is, sell services, right? You're now the expert in whatever project, sell consulting services, along your solution. Well, yeah, then you're not a developer anymore. Now you're a consultant or a salesperson. You don't want that either. So the question is, can we do better? And I thought about this for a really long time. I think there's an incredible opportunity here, and this is it. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to announce the arrival of APM, the package manager for ABAP. It's the little sister to ABAP Git, a new open source project. And I'm telling you, I think this is going to be incredible. I'm not kidding. I've just finished this the last coding a few minutes ago on what I wanted to show. But when this thing works, you'll see this can be like magic. So what is APM? It's very similar to NPM. If you're coming from the JavaScript world, if you're doing things in the front end, right, you'll find yourself at home. For people who are coming just from the ABAP world, this will be quite new, right? So it's a package manager for ABAP. So it's a client coded in ABAP. It's a website where you can go and just like on npmjs.com. And it's a registry. So there is a full-blown registry, just like NPM, where you can publish your packages and they stay there in the version forever. You won't be able to unpublish them. There's some specific rules when you're allowed to unpublish, just like on NPM. But general, if somebody has used your package and downloaded and installed it, you won't be able to get rid of the version. It's there forever. Almost. There's a little caveat to that. I'm trying to tackle a little bit this problem that NPM ends up with 3 million packages. We won't be in that problem anytime soon. But right, when you search for that, you find so much garbage because there's packages there that just upload for testing. And that's the part that I think we can try to avoid a little bit. So what's the intent, the purpose of APM? Well, first, there's a network effect is important. This is about maximizing the network effects in the open source community, right? And get growth and adoption. So the more people who contribute packages to APM, the more valuable it become to other developers to reuse the packages, and they build new things with it and publish it back. And then we get this network effect. So that's one thing. The other thing is community first, right? This is for your benefit. You on your projects should be able to get incredible value out of this because people will publish packages that you can reuse with a few clicks in your project. And I'll show you a little bit how that works. And the other thing is obviously this needs to be something that's around for a long time. I can't just like fluke out on this and say, it's like, no. After a few months, I'll stop this whole project. No, this needs to be done properly right from the start. So how do we do a cold start? Well, one more thing. Almost forgot it. Let's talk about money. I mentioned the funding problems before. This is how I think we're going to do this different. I think it's a new model. I don't think I've seen it like this in the open source world. Certainly not on the big platforms that I mentioned before. There's going to be no advertising. There's going to be no no pricing tiers. No, not free versus premium or anything. A business version of it, no. It's gonna be the same low price for everyone. €8 per user per month. If you're a developer, you should be able to afford that. If you're a company, it's nothing. You can't afford €8 for your developer to use this platform. You have to do something else. I cannot help you. But there is more to this. And this is where it gets different. There's money in it for you as a developer. So how are we going to do this? Part of the revenue is going to go into a fund. So from this €8 that you're paying, some of this share will end up in a fund, and we'll figure out a way on how to distribute this fund to the most successful and the most popular projects. So over time, this is basically how we're starting. It's with the most money will go to development and the maintenance of the platform, but some of it will end up in this fund, right? So if lots of people are usually consumers of something like this, right? You're just consuming packages, like the vast majority of the world when they go to NPM. A little part of this will flow back to the developers who are actually publishing on the platform. And then over time, as there are more developers joining, we can increase the amount of money that will go into the fund and reduce the amount of money that's required for the development and maintenance of the platform. And it kind of makes sense to keep going like this, because if there are more users, hopefully over time, right, then there's not more money more revenue needed in total, right? The smaller share is still enough for the same amount of funding for the ongoing maintenance. So this is basically the idea behind this, the open source ABAP fund. It's going to be crowdfunded this way. I think there's going to be a yearly grant round. Maybe someday it might be quarterly or something, I don't know. And there's some really cool ways of doing it. If you want to have a look, there's something called quadratic funding. There's some incredible research being done around this. I have the website in the link somewhere. You can read on about this. But it's a way to distribute money, funds among a community of people, not just by saying like, okay, here's SAP, you donated 1,000, and you as an individual donated only $10, right? That's not an easy way, a nice way to distribute it. You want to have the same different weights for your votes. So one vote, one factor in here instead of $1,000 being such a high number that a company can afford, but an individual not. So this is a very interesting mechanism to figure out what are the most popular projects, and you basically, as a user on the platform, will get votes in here and vote for the most popular projects, and that will drive who gets most out of the fund afterwards. So all of these are details for the future. Let's focus on the reality today. This is basically what you need to see this as. There's the upper part that we have today. You have your Git repos and ABAP Git, and it's basically this file system in Git mapped to the objects that you have in your ABAP environment. Your packages then serialized if you go up the way to the Git repository, or deserialized if it goes the other way around. But as we know, ABAP only has one version of each object, right? We can't have the same object in different branches. There's only one kind of main branch in the ABAP system. All sort of ways to try to get around this, but the reality is there's only one object called whatever, test program, right? And what's new now is that we get, in addition to that, an ABAP APM client and an APM register. So the client written in ABAP, just like ABAP Git, and you see it looks very similar. And it's reusing lots of the code base of ABAP Git as well. It's the one that client communicates with the registry on one side and your ABAP system on the other side. But it has a little bit of a different feel, and you'll see how that works in a second. So, one more thing. I know there's people who are doing front-end development and are very well aware of all the nitty-gritty details of NPM. So please repeat after me. APM not equal NPM. There are differences, there have to be differences, it's not the same. And for the other guys, NPM is not equal to APM. No, you can't do exactly the same things. We can do incredible stuff, as you'll see, but it's, no, it's not Node.js, exactly. Same thing. So it's, before you get to this one, I'll show you the whole thing. So let's see if it still works. Screen sharing has stopped. Oh, no. What do I need to do? No. Can you see? Yeah. Classic old ABAP system on premise. Love it. My favorite theme all time. Still using it. Okay. So I'll show you APM. This is it, transaction stat APM. And as the initial view is now basically flipped around. So in ABAP Git, you had the repository as the main object. In APM, your ABAP package is the key object that everything centers around. So this is the package list of all the packages that I have installed on my system. You'll see there's some really great nuggets in there. If I scroll from go from the bottom, for example, you'll find semantic versioning. Yes, there's the full implementation of semware as an ABAP port in the current version 7.2. So you can now use semantic versions for all your projects. And as you can see, I also built a little mapper, mapping SAP product versions to semantic versions. So we can now use in our manifests these semantic versions. So you can call dependencies and dependencies on also SAP core features using semantic versions in your package files. And we'll get to that. Then on the top, you see the main commands, very similar to NPM. You can initialize a package. So if you want to have, when you have existing ABAP code, existing application, you want to turn it into a package for APM, you would initialize it. You can install a package that will get you a package from the registry into your system. You can obviously publish one back to the registry in the version that's on your system. And you can, of course, uninstall the same thing as well. There are settings, global, personal, very similar to what we have in ABAP Git, refresh, utilities, database, debug info, and lots of help as well. One of the things, of course, I still need to work lots on documentation, but I think you'll get used to it. Of course, if I click on these things, same thing as in ABAP Git, you jump to the objects or back, and then we have here the specification. Every package has a name and a version. Those are the two minimum required fields. It can have lots and lots of additional information, but those are the two that are absolutely required. There are certain naming conventions. At the moment, people who know NPM, there are scope packages in NPM. They start with an @ symbol and a slash, kind of like a namespace for NPM. I do not support, or this APM thing does not support scope packages at the moment. This will be something that we'll add later on. And versions would have to be the 3 numbers: major release, minor release, and patch number. Semantic versioning is the one and only way to specify, in my opinion, your dependencies in the versions of your projects. So when you click on one of them, for example, I take the JSON project, which is also a part of ABAP Git. You'll see it shows me the README. And this is actually full Markdown. So now we have Markdown in ABAP. It's one of the other projects that I developed. There's a Markdown renderer. You can use Markdown. Obviously, I didn't develop the whole thing. There's other open source projects with MIT's licenses that we incorporate here. But I made it available as part of APM. We'll see some examples of that later. And the other thing is there is this file, package ABAP JSON. This is your new manifest. I know we had APAC before, right? This was a nice try, I have to say, but it just didn't go far enough. It doesn't meet really the requirements of what we need here. So we do just like in JavaScript, where we have package.json, we have a package.abap.json file where you can specify name, version, descriptions, README files, dependencies, licensing, where the repository is, everything that you know from the outside world. You can do the same thing in your ABAP projects as well. And the other thing is, you can go and edit this stuff, right? So if I wanted to write here, this thing runs only on the latest ABAP stack, I would go like, engines. Let me see if I got the syntax right. I would say ABAP greater equals 7.89, for example. Huh? How about that? .0 has to be semantic, right? Or actually, this is a semantic version range, so I could label it like this, but let's put it like that, right? I'll figure out how to do a better editor that does JSON parsing as well. So this way, when you try to install this on a lower release, it would obviously balk and say, sorry, your ABAP stack isn't high enough, right? So you can do this with the same thing with dependencies. And that's where the whole fun starts when you have bigger projects. So let's see, what else can I show you? So this is what happens when you click on these. These are all packages that I developed, either myself or ports from NPM stuff. This package JSON, is a completely new thing from my side. And there's a fun stuff called emojis. There's now emojis for ABAP, and here you see like a full README. I went the whole way, right, with badges, Unicode, screenshots, rendering in Markdown. Everything works. This is like, and you can use this not only in APM. You can also use this in ABAP Git. I'll see. And this is, here we have a new one. Start a ABAP Git in a developer version, back to the repository list. And let me see if I find where's the emoji repository. Yes. Sorry, guys, say again. Yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
The DevOps pipeline runs, we publish the package, maybe some hooks work, and some other projects also update themselves with the new version. So did you think of some DevOps experience in terms of ABAP packages? So that's, I think, the most interesting thing.
It's like bridging the gap, right? If you look, once you're in the repository side, what's your runtime? Node, right? But this doesn't run Node, right? APM doesn't know, it's not the same. But it's very similar. So I, on the long term, could see that we do an APM Node client that does the same thing, right? But it's like, I don't want to get into too many discussions about this because we can talk about this for a long time. Right? So I understand your point.
Maybe I'll just add one more comment that actually that's the biggest thing what we miss right now with ABAP Git experience is that it's a great tool and it has even a plugin for cloud. But if I push to ABAP Git repository, my code doesn't appear in my development system even if they are linked somehow, because there is no tool. There was the project ABAP Git backend, but it's now deprecated.
No, you can set up automatic pulls and so on. So there's ways to do it, and there's ways on the node side, right, and on the ABAP stack as well. What I can tell you is that for the APM ABAP client, right, the commands for install and init and so on, they will be basically APIs that you can use, right? So, there is some persistency, obviously, just like ABAP Git is set ABAP Git table. There's a set ABAP PM table that includes all the metadata, and you can call the commands via ABAP OO classes and interfaces. So we'll see how that works. So anyway, what I wanted to show you, so here, I made extensions also for ABAP Git, right, to show the README files. And actually, you can go and see all the other other Markdown files as well. This is an extension that I'll make available, but there is a little caveat to that. I'll get to that at the end of the talk. But back to APM. So let's see how this works. If I I forgot to delete that. I think I can't delete this one here. So we can also show you the where is it here? The database utility, very similar to ABAP Git again. This is what you find in the table. There's a few entries. It's now a strict key value store. There's not different types of keys. It's just mapped into the key. There's always a package JSON file and a README for every ABAP package that you have. And again, you can display or delete these. Let me just delete this because I want to show you how to initialize it. Get rid of this package here. And we go back to the main screen. Yeah. Now I can say, the ABAPConf 2024 was gone. Say init, and that's basically the same, with the UI on top as the npm init command. You will just use the name of your ABAP package, name that you want to call the package in the registry or in your system. Give it a version, semantic versioning, ABAPConf, and just click init. And then it generates a basic README that you can edit the package JSON file with what you just typed in. It's basically the same way as you would do it as npm init. And then you have it in here. The next step would be to publish it. It's the one thing that's currently not working. Unfortunately, there are lots of reasons around it. I couldn't get it done quickly enough. But we can yeah, with naming, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, yes, exactly. Let's see how we do this. If it starts up. Okay. So in here, I have my emoji project. And oops, oh. I have now my own little project called ABAPConf with a class. But there we go. This is like a just very basic example, and I can execute it, and you'll see that it just shows a little HTML. There we go, so okay, right? Until today. No, I think it's an awesome conference, so I would love, let's see if I get this to work. To say, let me see if I get the project right. ABAPConf project. And this one, what is it? Work. This project. We edit our thing here, and you can see this has dependency to the emoji project. Right? The emoji project has a class CL emoji, and I want to use it in my ABAPConf project. And so I added dependency here. My ABAPConf project is already installed, so I don't have to install that one, but I want to install the dependencies. So now I can go into the install and say, here, ABAPConf 1.0, and I say, only install me the dependencies. Let's see, keep the fingers crossed. Okay, it went through. Now let's see. The question is, I forgot something, because I forgot to tell you how to add and tell which dependency you want in your project and how to do it, and that gets back to your naming. So this is not hard-coded naming. You can use any package name you want. It just has to be its own package to fit the dependency. I kind of decided to use just underscore modules for the next level. Kind of makes sense. And then we do some crazy stuff. I have to tell the thing how I want this emoji project in here. So I'm adding an include, and in here, let me show you the so the emoji project is just like a set CL emoji, and see this, it does lots of stuff, including all the definitions of the emojis. But in here, I do something crazy. Watch out. I'll say. If it lets me type. I think it's pretty slow here. Import. Star. 2. Come on. And I do like a bit of crazy stuff because ABAPConf 2 and from the emoji project. And looks kind of crazy like ABAP. But I can actually activate it. No, I did not mess with the kernel. It just happens that ABAP does not complain about the syntax that I use here. Obviously, I'm not sure if you want to use it like this. I use it like this because actually I parse the tokens and can interpret that with APM. If you don't like it, we can also make this like something like this, or just like a comment in the code. It just has to be somewhere. Star actually is a regular expression. So how can you install dependencies? I have to tell you first what a dependency is. It's an ABAP module. You can't just install any ABAP project as dependencies. It's way too complex. So we'll start basic. Maybe over the years, this will expand into other objects types. So an ABAP module is an ABAP package with at least one ABAP class. Straightforward. You can add more ABAP classes to it. Interfaces are supported, but so far no other objects. Maybe over the course of time, we'll add data dictionary and other stuff to it as well. We will start simple. So to import the project, the fastest way is to use star. Star is actually a regular expression that uses set CL and the rest of the class and interface names. So you can map them here to your own naming conventions. This could also be namespaces, so you can move it into namespace as well. So it's a way to import complete packages into another namespace, something that was required by many other projects as well. So let's go back to APM. Did I activate it yet? No. Go back here. Let's try this again. No, that wasn't right. So, dependencies. All right, so now refresh this here. We'll see another class. That ABAPConf emoji, right? So this is how you get it from the original project into your own project. And now I could go into my original code here. Actually see if this works. Nothing is not the. I don't know what it is. I'll get rid of this and replace it with this. Work. Hobbling along. I don't know where, but I'll grab the code from somewhere else. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the little delay here. Keyboard works better. Yeah. Okay. Let's better activate. Okay, so now you can see here I used the renamed class. It copies and renames it. And there we go. Now you can see emojis in ABAP as well. All right. So lots more. The only call to action, this is the website, abapcom. Go there, sign up. I'll need a few more weeks probably to sort out the legal things because running a registry, not such a trivial thing. I just can't do that with my own, but private company, I have to have like a real company entity for that, privacy policies and so on. So that's all of that is being set up. And then you'll get notified when it's ready to use. Hopefully we'll all create lots of packages and share it with the community. Well, this is for you to share your ABAP code with others, leverage from the other projects as well, use them in yours, and hopefully we'll see open source everywhere in the ABAP world. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marc. Unfortunately, we are over time, way over time. So questions until outside, until the talk.
Questions at the beer.
Exactly. Amazing stuff. Thank you, Marc.
Das war, glaube ich, sogar von ihm. Also vom nächsten Level. Das war deiner, das war mein. Ja. Hat dann doch geklappt, das war mein.
That was quite a surprise. We should go outside too. Not disrupt the next one. Okay, now stop.
Was soll ich tun?
Ich glaube, kurz schauen. Echo.
Huh?
Hello. It's one.
Oh, ich muss meinen Zoom-Hintergrund ausmachen.
Ah, okay. Here we are again.
All right.
So, the last presentation for this day about tools for clean ABAP. So, some of you already know of them, and we hope to see some more cool stuff. And oh, wonderful, professional. Then, stage is yours.
Yes, good evening. We will try not to keep you too long from the evening celebration. So, yeah, I'm Björn. I'm the product owner for the ABAP Test Cockpit at SAP and the main maintainer of the CodePal for ABAP open source project. This is Jörg Michael. He works in S4 Finance and Accounting, I think.
Exactly.
And he's the main maintainer for the ABAP Cleaner open source project. And these are kind of sibling tools. And I'll give a brief overview what Clean ABAP is. This is not Clean Core. A little bit of confusion over the terminology there sometimes. And then do a short demo with the CodePal checks. And then I will hand over to Jörg Michael, who will show you the ABAP Cleaner. All right. Then let's start. Why and what is Clean ABAP and why do we do it? So the terminology originates from this clean code concept, first popularized by Robert C. Martin, where it's about writing testable and maintainable code. And didn't I share in Zoom? I didn't. All right. Just the screen, entire screen. Yes.
You have the only one? Okay.
Then I don't know what it does if I go to full screen again, so let's just stay here. So Clean ABAP is mainly about writing readable, testable, and maintainable code. So you write the code once, but you will probably have to read it dozens or hundreds of times over its lifetime while you change and adapt and fix bugs and so on. So the main purpose of writing good code should be that the code can be read easily and that you can easily maintain it. And yeah, I mean, whoever works with ABAP and with the legacy project might have at some point stumbled over code like this, right? So you can see on the left-hand side, you're thousands of lines into some giant function group or class, and then you encounter ancient syntax mixed with strange spelling conventions, comments in another language, and so on. So this is not maintainable. This is not clean in the sense that we actually would like to hand this over to someone else or even our future self. So we can talk about what Clean ABAP is all day. So this is the idea of Clean ABAP. Then there's, of course, a motivational, aspirational aspect to it, and then there are rules we could describe. And so this is the first of the open source projects here. This is the Clean ABAP style guide, initiated by SAP, but it's a community work. And it's really not meant to be that SAP tries to tell you how to write ABAP. We want to work with the community to decide how we want to write ABAP. right? So there's the style guide. It's the GitHub repository. It has meanwhile hundreds of detailed rules where you can decide for yourself if every rule makes sense in your particular context. But in general, this is a recommendation, right? This is an offering to have some place to start, because discussions about conventions and code styles is always, there's not the one true way to do it. And it's often difficult to find a place to start or to find some kind of consensus. And so this style guide is our basis where we say, this is our basis from where we start. And then once you have such a guide, there's always the question, well, what do we do to ensure, to help people learn what it actually implies and how to ensure that people are actually using it? And so the first aspect is, well, they can just read the guide. But I mean, we all know that maybe we don't, especially in a hurry, we won't read pages and pages of descriptions of how to code before we start writing code. So there's a question, how do we integrate this actually into the development process? And the first integration I want to show you is the CodePal project, which is an integration of some of these rules, exactly those that can be automated into your development environment. So there's two versions of this. So this started already a while ago. I think it's 4 years old or maybe even more, where people started a version of this starting with the basic release 740, where you can, and this is a set of ATC checks. So hopefully you already have some kind of quality measures in place. And these are just ATC checks that extend the standard SAP set of ATC checks. And this is the classic version, which you can use in your on-premise versions, starting from 740. And now, at the beginning of last year, we started a new voyage here with its cloud edition, because customers, especially if we propagate this as the way to write modern, new, maintainable ABAP, there should be a way to do this in a steampunk system too, right? And so this is the version that you can install in a steampunk system. It is based entirely on released SAP APIs to do the code analysis, to plug into ATC and so on. And I just want to give you a brief demonstration of how that looks. So I have here a demo system where CodePal has already been installed. So it's just installed like any other ABAP Git package. You just pull it into the system and you activate it. And after you've pulled it into the system, you then have here this set of CodePal, this package of CodePal, which has sub-packages and so on. And there's a checks, but if you don't want to contribute, if you just want to use it, the only relevant thing for you is the check variant that you can actually then use on things. So by default, we deliver only one check variant where every CodePal check is included, except maybe new ones that aren't fully tested yet. And so the newest edition is actually a check that does quite a lot, and I will just add it to this variant now and then show you what happens if you execute it. So it also comes with a set of test objects. These are primarily intended to validate the checks themselves in automated testing, but they are also need to use as demonstration examples to get a feel for what this does. So as an ATC check, the purpose here is double. So one purpose is for the developer. As a developer, I can run this on my code and see what it does. And but you can also plug it into transport release and so on to track in some kind of centralized quality manner how far away from your imagined code style you actually are. I would not recommend, for example, blocking transports over these problems, but so then every developer will at least see them and they can learn from them. And so the question is, how do I learn just from the check telling me what I did wrong? And that's the neat part about the new cloud version. It doesn't only tell you what you did wrong, it will also tell you how to fix it, at least in a lot of cases. So now I have to wait for the run to finish, which usually shouldn't take that long. In the meantime, if you want to look into this there, it's already finished. or at least it's loading. So we already see, okay, so of course this is a test object, so it has a lot of intentionally bad things or outdated things. In this case, I used an example object that contains language constructs that are still syntactically correct, and there's no intention of turning them into syntax errors or something like that. But there are newer versions available that are more readable, and if we have various versions, usually we want to have a code style that only uses the most recent or the most readable version. So there we see, for example, here's a lot of findings. You can also see many of them have light bulbs, and these light bulbs, as some of you may already know from other contexts, indicate that there's a quick fix available. So for example, this rule here says, hey, there is this new inline construction operation with new. Why don't you use it instead of create object? And especially if I have never used it and I'm now a bit unsure, I don't have to open the documentation and figure out how to actually use new. I can just execute a quick fix here, and then it transforms the former create object and the data declaration up there in one inline declaration that follows the intended code style. The formatting is sometimes a bit off. This is also will be improved in a future version, but currently the formatting is sometimes lost due to technical aspects of how the ATC framework works. So there's this check actually has a lot of different things it can do. So it can turn create object into new. It can turn certain loop and retable expressions into one line exists expressions. So for example, this here is a loop that's only used to find the first index where a certain line exists in the table, and the check has correctly determined that you can just transform this into a one-line operation where we use the new built-in line index function, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot here. There's this modern language check alone has I think we can also look into the configuration a bit here. So everything is also individually configurable. So for example, this check has a lot of this check here. This check doesn't have the configuration, but for example, there's another check for the method signatures where there's a lot of rules about you should use only a returning parameter, you shouldn't use Boolean parameters, and so on and so forth. And you can turn most of these individually on and off if you don't like them. So again, these rules are only recommendations, and many aspects here are configurable if you don't like a certain check at all.
Sorry, you said it's a plugin, but on the other end, it's just an ATC check.
Yes.
So okay, no Eclipse plugin, but just a package.
Oh yeah, if I said plugin, I meant it's an ABAP Git package or plugin. It lives solely in the backend. There is no front end part to this.
Okay, good.
So the front end is all standard SAP, and we have released over the last years APIs so that customers can build this kind of ATC checks, and it's also actually for us a proof of concept that these frameworks actually work. So this is entirely built on released APIs in the backend. It's only ABAP and mostly only classes and interfaces. So you see the test objects contain a bunch of other things, but the core implementation is in these two other packages, and you see it's only source code and ABAP test cockpit wrapper objects. This is wholly configurable, and if you want to, so you can explore this. As I said, it's a great learning tool, for example, for these new language features. It's also very good to bring people to engage with these rules. Even if you at the end decide that some of these rules are not worth it in your case, I think this is very good to get the discussion started. For example, if you add this to the ATC variant that runs by default in your system, many more people will look at this, and they don't have to take the initiative themselves, for example, to read the style guide. But they are brought in that direction by this. As I said, this is an open source project, which not only means it's delivered via ABAP Git, but also that we welcome contributions very much. There are still a lot of rules probably that could be turned into ATC checks that haven't been turned yet into ATC checks. There's always more room for improvement with the quick fixes, because it's a very delicate thing to program them correctly, and either there are still ones left that don't work right, or there are ones left where we could do one, but we currently don't have one. So there's probably always more things to do. And perhaps and each of these checks is just a single class. So some of these are very complicated, some of these are very simple, but it's also a good way to engage with the ABAP language on other levels to try to analyze it. So I've never learned more about ABAP than when I tried to actually analyze it on this technical level to determine what's wrong or correct and how to modify it then. So you see, for example, this check is like 400 lines. So it's not that intimidating to actually try to write a check. Yeah, so I invite everyone to check this out. It's installable in every Steampunk system. The cloud version is also installable in a slightly less feature complete version on 758 systems, and the classic version works down to 740. If you're below that, unfortunately, I have nothing to offer you. And now I will hand over to Jörg Michael, the ABAP Cleaner, which is the sibling project which lives entirely in the front end.
Perfect. Let's then.
Yes.
Do you have any plans project which is very similar?
Merging, merging, I don't think so. Collaboration, I mean, I think I've looked at them once. I actually haven't studied them in detail, but I'm not against it. But they follow different ideas, I think. So the ABAP open checks are a collection of checks that Lars thought were neat, right? Or other people thought were neat. We have a very narrow focus on implementing the rules from the style guide. So we don't want to let the code pal turn into all ATC checks you could ever want. We want to focus explicitly on implementing rules from the style guide. And everything else should live in other projects like the open checks, for example. So I also don't want to imply there is some kind of rivalry here. So we implement exactly what's in the style guide. There might be overlap in that respect, but it's fine to use whatever you like. Sure. Yes. It's a standard ATC check. You can request exemptions like for anything else. So
here, this check, for example, you can, in the SAP ATC, you can shut down some.
Yes. So it's fully integrated into ATC. All the configuration that you can do on normal checks, you can also do here. You can modify the priorities. You can request exemptions. You can use pseudo comments. You see here every finding also comes with this.
So that, yeah.
Yes. So it works exactly the same as any other ATC check, and there is no difference.
Great, thanks a lot. Now, just to give me a bit of an idea, when we move to ABAP Cleaner, how many of you have ever used ABAP Cleaner at least once? Okay, that's about maybe a third to half. Okay, great. One quote I usually start with is that a while ago I watched a presentation of one of the Netflix founders who said, if you want to innovate, you have to look at pain. And if we had more time, and I've done that actually in presentations, I would ask you to watch me clean up ABAP code. So I've done that, asking people to watch me for 2 minutes to kind of align assignments and this kind of thing. And believe me, it's painful. And I've never had the impression that there were ABAP developers who couldn't relate to that. So that's actually what's behind ABAP Cleaner. What is ABAP Cleaner? ABAP Cleaner is a configurable tool with the ambition to automate whatever can be automated with respect to ABAP code style. Because doing this kind of work, when you write ABAP code or when you refactor ABAP code, I constantly thought, I'm really sitting in front of the kind of most incredible machine humanity has ever invented, but I have to click the space bars 10 times to align this? No way. So this is what we are trying to do here. And to be a bit more precise, the idea is that in the end, you do one click, right? So like with Pretty Printer, it's not Shift F1, the click is Control 4, and then you will get everything. So everything that ABAP Cleaner can do, which is currently up to 75 cleanup rules, is done on whatever code you select with just one keystroke. But as you already saw in this kind of mission statement, we want this to be configurable. So you are not forced to get a certain code style, but ABAP Cleaner sort of offers this to you. And whatever you or your team aligns to, this is what code style you get. But of course, we are not inventing this. We are inspired, of course, by Clean ABAP, by the rules that the community agrees upon in the Clean ABAP style guide, also by the CodePal checks. So a few things that CodePal brings up are cleaned away with ABAP Cleaner before they even come up. And then you see here, these are basically subsets, right? So obviously the automate circle is the smallest. You can check things which you couldn't automatically fix, but it's a very nice one, because if you do that all that with one click, then obviously you have more time to do the rest, right? The more complex things. You can see here it's actually deviating a bit from the slide that Björn showed earlier. So this idea to automate whatever can be automated actually makes us exceed a bit the demands of the style guide. So sometimes you can automate something, but in the style guide, there's not a rule that you have to do it this way or you have to do it that way. But I always mention there's a rule in the style guide saying, be consistent. So no matter if you do it this way or that way, it's better to always do it one way, right? So that's why automation sometimes, even the style guide, doesn't really force you into one direction. It nevertheless makes sense to have a team alignment on how you want things. Who is it for? Why should you use it? Well, it's simply basically for every ABAP developer, whether at a customer, a partner at SAP in development or maintenance, in a team or just working on your own, using ADT, hopefully, maybe even using GUI sub GUI still. I'm not going to demo that, but in that case, you just move the code around via clipboard, right? Via clipboard into the tool and then back, which is a bit tedious, but still you save minutes by it, possibly on longer code. And why should you use it? I really believe, and we've seen in practice, that it makes your life easier in all the situations. So it's primarily for you writing the code, just as with Pretty Printer. You write a line, then you press Control-4, or maybe before you save, or whenever you want things to be cleaned up. After it's formatted nicely, of course, for the rest of time, it will always be easier to read for everybody, not just for you. Also, because across your team, you're going to have a much more aligned code style. So it's not like, oh, how does this colleague format the statement? I'm not used to it, and it's more difficult to read. It's going to be more uniform in a good way. You won't have to discuss these things so much in code review as you sometimes do, passionately about like, what kind of comment do you want here? You don't have to upskill colleagues about things that you anyway can automate. They just need to know the shortcut. And I always found as well that you have these perfectionists who say, oh, you're actually missing a space here, the indentation is wrong. And you have the non-perfectionists who really don't care about it. And to have peace, it really makes sense to just press one shortcut, and then the perfectionists, like I am one, are happy, and the others actually haven't worked so much for it. And yeah, like I said, with that you can you can dedicate your time to what you really want to do as a developer, right? To think about the algorithm, to think about maybe more complex refactorings that can't be automated so easily. Okay, this is my short slide introduction, but most of the time I really wanted to demo this to you, basically answering the question, where can you get this? How can you use it? And how can you configure it? Where can you get it? That's very easy. So here is the ABAP Cleaner GitHub repository, github.com/sap/ABAP-Cleaner. And if you scroll down a bit here, then you will find the requirements installation section. It says you need ADT, and then it gives you a simple link. I copy this link and go to ADT, use help, install new software, paste in the link. Oh yeah, I use a different keyboard layout, so okay, better this way. Here it already comes. That's my window gone. You activate ABAP Cleaner, you click next and finish and so on, follow the process, restart ADT, and then it's installed. So it's absolutely an ADT plugin. And when you have installed it, the way to know you have installed it is that you will see in the source code menu these 3 new menu items. Clean up with automated ABAP Cleaner, clean up with interactive ABAP Cleaner, and show read-in-only preview with ABAP Cleaner. Okay, so now we're coming to how to use it. It's really simple. Let me scroll to this method. Basically, what you do is you just select some code, for example, this statement here. Then you press Ctrl+4, and then the code gets cleaned up. Or let me just select a bit more code. Press Ctrl+4, and the whole thing is cleaned up. Or you just don't select anything. You just put the cursor into the method that you're currently in. Ctrl+4 will clean up the whole method with whatever is configured. The same goes, of course, in the declaration section. So if I go into the public section here, press Ctrl+4, then everything will be cleaned up. So it's always one object on your transport. Obviously, you don't want like all 20 methods on your transport, but just the thing that you're working on. Ctrl+4, that's basically already the story. To start with, obviously, you will want to understand a bit better what happens here. So let's look at the interactive cleanup. Actually, I can maximize this a bit. Okay. Now, I will just select everything. That's, of course, always an option. So if you want to clean up all the 35,000 lines of your class, Ctrl+A, Ctrl+4 would do the trick. But let's now go to the source code cleanup with interactive ABAP Cleaner. So what you get now is a diff view, which shows on the left-hand side the incoming code and on the right-hand side the code as ABAP Cleaner would suggest to clean it. And you can see here, it's actually correcting frequent typos. It's here, it has removed the protected section because that's empty. It is removing this exclamation mark. And let's see, oh, here it is kind of completing the data statement with type C length 1, which maybe not everybody does, and replacing this symbolic comparison operator and so on. So you can take a look at what would happen to your code, but you can also influence that. So if I, let me just mark some section in here, then on the right-hand side, you will see the rules, the cleanup rules that were used in this small section that I highlighted are those 4 rules. And you could say, okay, make implicit type explicit. I don't like that, right? So I just deactivate it locally. You see what happens here? It's deactivated, not in general, but just in this place. Maybe for some reason you want to keep it here. Or let me just, yeah, okay, here are these lovely calculation assignment operators. I like them very much. Maybe you don't, just deactivate it in this place, right? Of course, you know that older NetWeaver versions don't support those. So it's important to know that ABAP Cleaner, when you call it from ADT, already knows the ABAP release. So here we have ABAP 8.16. That's, I believe, the newest one. But if you're on an older system, then ABAP Cleaner will automatically realize, okay, this is 755. We don't have calculation assignment operators here, so it doesn't do that, of course. You can actually even manually further restrict that. Maybe you want to kind of downport your code later to an even older release. Then you say, yeah, only do stuff that comply with ABAP 7.50. And you see it automatically deactivates that. So that's how it works. And I have to move this a bit. Yeah. Once you're done with checking whether this is how you want it, then you can simply say apply and close, and all the changes will be in your code. Or you press cancel to kind of discard everything. My guess is that you are going to do this a lot in the beginning, just to make sure ABAP Cleaner doesn't do bad things with your code. And very quickly you will build the trust and see, yeah, this is really good, and I want that. And then you're probably not even going into this menu anymore. You just press Ctrl+4. Then just to mention it, there's a third variant, source code show read-only preview with ABAP Cleaner. That's a very nice idea from the community. So here you can see you don't have the apply button anymore. This is just for you to look what would happen if I ran ABAP Cleaner. In the interactive cleanup, the object gets locked, but sometimes you don't even have the development permission, or somebody else already locks the object. So with this, you could actually call the menu without doing anything. Yeah, and exactly. And one more thing that you can do in this preview, you actually have the menu code from clipboard. So any kind of code from any place could just be pasted in it to see what would happen. What would ABAP Cleaner do with this kind of code? So it's a bit more safeguarded, you could say. That's the read-only preview. Actually, I wanted to guide you to one more thing, which is also a very nice idea from the community. So I just marked everything now. So you see this code has actually been designed to show many rules and use. And you can actually, with Control-click, you can navigate to that rule. So with Control-click, I would now go into the configuration for exactly this rule, which was shown here. It's very useful if you work with ABAP Cleaner a lot. Without that, you could always press the configure button. And again, I guess this is something that you will use in the very beginning quite a bit, because with the configure button, you now get a list of all those 75 rules that ABAP Cleaner offers. So here they are. They are kind of grouped into topics like empty lines, spaces, declarations, syntax. Then we have commands, meaning like replacing obsolete commands with more current ones. Pretty printer, so basically these three things are mimicking what Pretty Printer does. I think you won't be using Pretty Printer anymore if you use ABAP Cleaner, because it's kind of included. And a big section on alignment, because that's of course very tedious to do manually. So that's our sections. And if you press on one of the rules, then on the right-hand side of the screen, you will see more details on that. So a description, obviously, a reference to the style guide, what it says about it, maybe a reference also to the code spell check, and examples which show, again, in this kind of diff view, what is going to happen if you run this rule. And you can also see here, maybe let me look for a better example. Methods, declarations. You always have lots of options here, which allow you to influence the results. So I'm still waiting for the 3 hours presentation in which I could present all those options. But believe me, they all make sense. We've really dug deep here to. So usually when I implement a rule, it's like I first look at hundreds or even thousands of examples to see how do people actually solve this alignment problem. And then usually you come up with options saying, okay, if you prefer this style, then maybe this could help, or this is maybe an exception that some people will like. But we are, of course, also trying to find good defaults. So whatever you configure here, the selection of rules, the detailed options, and so on, everything is stored in one profile. So you see up here, there is a default profile, an essential profile, and then more profiles that you can yourself configure, right? With this copy, delete, rename, and so on. You can import them, export them. You can even configure synchronized folders. So you can kind of share the profile with your team. So maybe your architect defines the cleanup rules that you want to use or the exact configuration, and then you synchronize it so everybody immediately gets this configuration. So everything is stored in profiles. Maybe you have special profiles for special tasks, like special cleanup tasks, where you just want to use a focused use this 3 cleanup rules or whatever. One thing that might also help you quite a bit. One more remark on the profiles. So the default profile is basically activating more or less everything that ABAP Cleaner can offer. The essential profile is, as you can see here, doesn't have everything activated, but rather is limited to those rules that are really demanded by the Clean ABAP style guide. So here you can say, okay, if we want to write ABAP in the style guide sense, then we have to do this. All the rest is maybe optional or has room to discussion. And you see that's about 30 rules out of 75. Please don't miss to look at the others because you will be missing a lot. But that's maybe a starting point if you align with your team on what to do. There's a highlight feature which maybe is interesting as well. So let's say you've last looked into ABAP Cleaner in March and you want to know, okay, what has happened since March? Then you can say, highlight all the features that were added after version 1.14 on 11th of March. And then you get a highlight which shows you, okay, there has been a new option here, and there has been a new rule here, which is the green one, another rule, and so on and so forth. So this is maybe to say, okay, in the meantime, ABAP Cleaner has evolved, and now I want to check with the new rules, what configuration do we want to use here? Let me just very briefly show you a very few of those rules. So there's a lot of exploration that you can do. One thing that we've recently worked on a lot is select clauses. So there are actually even 3 rules for that. How do you align select clauses nicely, right? So select into from where, select from appending. And so this is, first of all, just aligning the main query clauses of the select. And then you can also configure down here, how do you want unions? Does that have to go indented, or is it in the same level? Then if you have larger joins, I personally like this kind of stair layout here for joins. Maybe you don't like it. Then you say, okay, I don't want it in this position. I just shift it to a different position. So you can experiment a bit, right? You can also use this paste button to paste in your own code and then see how would the rule work on your code and find good settings for whatever you need. One recent rule is use camel case for known CDS names. So something like text date is active is very difficult to read, but with camel case it's actually much better to read, right? But you can't get that with Pretty Printer. But ABAP Cleaner is very proud to know the global field names and global CDS view names that we've defined, at least with every update. So you can get this in a much better readable format. And yeah, like I said, replacing old commands like condense with the string function or describe table lines with the lines function, or as Björn also mentioned, replace read table with a table expression. There's sometimes a lot of comment on why this can't be replaced with a table expression. So you can go into detail here. Have fun exploring those rules, finding your settings. Hopefully, I didn't promise too much. Hopefully, we did find good defaults for everything, but you can always change things. So that's how to configure ABAP Cleaner. Now let me quickly go back to the slides. This Devtoberfest session of last September is a more extensive talk on this. So this is more or less 75 minutes on me introducing the functionality. So if this was a bit short, then just make sure you watch it. It's on YouTube. Everything else, of course, is also on the repository. And one remark that I wanted to give about how did ABAP Cleaner evolve so far and how will it evolve? So we really are completely overwhelmed of the community engagement. You see ABAP Cleaner in December 2021 had an inner source phase, which lasted until April of last year. And then it was open sourced. And since then, we really get an inflow of very, very kind and helpful and great community contributions. And you can see here in the colors, there are lots of new ideas. You could automate this cleanup rule. You could maybe add this configuration to meet a different coding style. You could add this to the UI. Then, of course, we get bug reports. Obviously, if you use ABAP Cleaner on a completely different code style, you might get a weird alignment, and we are happy to try to solve that. And yeah, a few duplicates, of course. But you see here, it's like close to 400 issues and feedback. So that's been absolutely great. And also, if you look at the number of cleanup rules, so those first 38 were basically my own contribution. And after that, all the ideas came in from the community. So when we open sourced it, I think we were at 56, and now it's 75. And looking at the repository, there are so many more ideas, just not enough time yet to implement them all. What you will also see is that configuration options per cleanup rule. So obviously, more code styles need more different or more fine-tuned configuration. So this has grown. This does increase a bit the initial effort of configuring it if you want it differently, but I believe you will benefit from it a lot. And obviously, with more code styles, with more configuration variants, you get bugs, but with every bug that we fix, we also reach more stability. And like Björn said, so I'm from financial accounting in S/4HANA. We really, really like tests. We don't want to miss a cent anywhere. So, and this is also the spirit in ABAP cleaners, all very, very thoroughly tested to make this stable. And how will it evolve? Maybe I won't read this whole slide. It will just get more cleanup rules, more features, more bug fixes, more test coverage. But what is important is one limitation of ABAP Cleaner is it does not do additional backend calls. So we are not querying this signature or this method or this DDIC object. We are just working on what we see. And that's a limitation. It makes ABAP Cleaner very, very fast, but that simply means we can't access other objects. It's also not in scope to do the same on CDS view definitions or whatever you could think of. It's ABAP. Mainly maybe EML, maybe even SQL script at some point, but ABAP. And no sub GUI integration planned. Please move to ADT if you haven't already. And also no, we're not going to embed AI because the idea really is no hallucinations. We want a deterministic cleanup result that you can really rely on. So if you get to know ABAP Cleaner, you will actually not review it anymore to check whether the changes are good, because they really usually are. Maybe in some edge cases, the alignment is not ideal, but you will, at least 99% will be much better. And we don't want you to kind of say, okay, now I've asked ChatGPT to format it. Now I have to kind of review the whole code again. That will have great other use cases, but not this one. Yeah, how can you contribute? Spread the word, report bugs, tell us your ideas, maybe even contribute to development, or even give it a star. I think that's true for all open source projects. We don't know how many people are using it, but just press a button to say, this is useful for me. And then it's kind of visible that people really value this. Yeah, resources you will see in the presentation. Now I believe we have some time for Q&A left before in 15 minutes the closing starts. Good.
So first from my side, very big thanks to you for the presentation and also for doing the job developing this add-on. Who uses this add-on already? And the others? Why not? It's a really cool solution. I really like it. But one slide made me sad. No support for CDS. CDS and annotations is so ugly.
Yeah. So yeah, really the architecture of the project is completely kind of intertwined with ABAP language. But maybe it inspires somebody else to do a kind of project in kind. And actually, I think ADT does have some formatting on CDS.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but if you use
the pretty printer.
Okay.
But the Fiori element annotations, they have no.
Yeah.
They're randomized.
Yeah. So maybe. And that would be a nice start. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Notify for all the people who are willing to implement that.
Yeah, okay. I hope you will show us now the folder option. Me working in a small team, we have set up our rules and placed them here in the folders. But please explain it yourself. You will do better.
Yeah, just very briefly. So as Björn mentioned earlier, ABAP Cleaner works completely locally. So if you change, thanks. Yeah, that was double work. If you change a profile, it will just be stored on your local machine. Nobody will ever know about it. So the workaround is that I guess you all across your organization have some kind of OneDrive, SharePoint, whatever. And with this button here, profiles, folders, you can leverage that and simply select from your OneDrive or whatever, one folder in which you put these profiles, right? So your architect would kind of, or developer lead or whatever, defines the profile and then just exports it. There's also a button to this folder, and then it's synchronized. And everybody else also uses this to kind of get this into their ABAP Cleaner. And then one more thing that's maybe important to know, whatever you configure last here, so let's say profile selection, this will always be used for the next automated cleanup, right? So Control-4 will always make use of the last profile. And if that's your synchronized team profile, then you will always get the latest settings of what the team has aligned on. Thanks, yeah. Idea from the community, right? So this was really a, yeah.
So if I understand it correctly, all these rules are basically optional. So it's up to my colleague if he uses them or not.
Right, yeah.
Is it also possible to make them mandatory, and does it make sense?
I mean, that's exactly where the difference to CodePal lies. That's what CodePal is for, right? You can integrate the ATC checks from CodePal into your transport release, run ATC at transport release, and if you really want, you can set it so no one can release any transports as long as there are CodePal findings.
Yeah,
I would not recommend this for every style rule, but it's definitely possible.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not very familiar with ABAP Blind, but if you can compare the tool with ABAP Blind.
Well, ABAP Blind is not integrated in ATC, right? I think it's written in Node.
Okay.
And well, I think there is an ATC integration, which then has to call a Node server so that you then get so ABAP Blind is a third kind of tool.
Yeah.
That's neither primarily in ADT nor primarily in the backend, but standalone.
Perfect. Thank you.
You can see here on the, really wanted to show this as well in the resources, right? So we are definitely not the first ones who have given thought to projects that check ABAP code and automate and so on. So like you said, ABAP Blind, ABAP OpenChecks, ABAP Quick Fix. So there are more projects out there, and they also are inspired by each other, which is, I think, a great thing. So yeah. And one more remark, I didn't mention there's also a command line version for ABAP Cleaner. So you can also run it for the command line, from the command line. I'm not at all an expert here, but people have tried to create GitHub Actions workflows from that. And then you can say, if you do your code review on GitHub, then you say you can even only start it if there's no ABAP Cleaner finding it. So there are experiments with that. You can this way you could sort of check that a certain profile of cleanup rules was run.
I have a similar question. Can I mark in class an object that it is auto-formatted when I activate it? So I put on top of the class a tag like auto-format, and if I then activate the class, then automatic the rules are applied.
Unfortunately not. So I was assured we've had an issue on that. Like this kind of clean on
you're not
save,
the first
right?
to have that idea.
Yeah.
So people really like that idea. There is the issue that ABAP Cleaner is a pure front-end plugin, and activation is a back-end action, right? And there is currently no hook to hook into the activation on the front end that would be available for external plugins like this one. But I think, I mean, the discussion, I don't think it's off the table. It's just not currently available.
I discussed this with Reddy format or formatting, but then this was not working anymore with your Eclipse. But something works already.
I think people
has changed, then it's not working.
Yeah, I think the plugin, the point where that plugin is no longer available for external plugins. And I think it's not off the table that there will be once again a way to do that, but it's not currently.
I think some have experimented with this. There's a tool to kind of enhance your shortcuts. So you press one shortcut and just Control-4 and Control-S for you. But I mean, that's really the idea, right? Automate everything away that you possibly can. It's yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, we're not there yet at this level of automation. Sorry. Yes.
Any further questions? So if there are no further questions, I would close this because we have 8 minutes, I think, to switch the room to the Audimax, to the final call, final presentation. And thanks again for this great presentation. And also to the people online, switch the channel. I'll now shut down my computer.